and I don't like it. I wish I could just run no ads. But on the bright side, I do get like $20 to $25 a day generally in ad revenue by the end of a 10-hour stream, so I don't know. If you can block them, feel free. You finished your higher vocational education with good grades. Oh, that's good. Still going to basically face becoming homeless due to income after student loans. Yep, but after the company you've been at during your education wanted to hire you and suddenly your life flipped upside down and double your salary of your old job, which is nuts. Well, hell yeah, that's good. Wind and warm, wind and hot. Okay, there you go. It was Space Plan today, yeah, was the soundtrack we were listening to. But, you know. President knows something. Hello. How's things? I've got way too many. I've got so many saves. It's getting a little silly. Especially because a lot of these are like arena, like, presets. All right. It's time to say hi, YouTube chat. You dream of just 26C? Yeah, well, I mean, temperature is relevant to what you're used to, right, Doc? I mean, if you're used to higher temperatures, then it doesn't seem so bad. If you're used to lower temperatures, it gets real bad. So we damned the ocean. We damned it to eternal damnation, damn it. And we're now constructing on the bottom of the ocean floor. So this is the ocean. It's frozen right now. And this is our dam of the ocean. It goes all the way around. Like, all the way around. Are you talking about my prime minister? Because here's the thing. I probably don't know because I haven't been following. I've been absolutely slammed with everything work-related. So I don't even have time to, like, pay attention to what's going on in my own city, let alone the rest of the country. Like, I didn't even know about the forest fires until, like, suddenly there was smoke in the sky, and I was like, what the fuck? So, no, you can't, Ranger Rick. Not to start things off on a bad foot, but I wanted to ask about what you said on Discord a while ago and how things noticeably changed and how it became harder to get a server and partnered verified. Do you recall what year that was? Oh boy, I mean, this was a while ago. So, if you're talking about, like, getting Discord partner, Discord used to be just give Discord partner to Twitch partners. Like, if you were a Twitch partner, you just, like, snap your fingers and DM Discord or, like, apply and you just get it. Like, it was a no questions asked system where if you were a Twitch partner, you just get Discord partner. Then Twitch tried to compete with Discord a while ago and made their own Discord competitor when they bought Curse, the Curse launcher. And it was awful and nobody used it, the Twitch app, the desktop app for Twitch. And then they shut that down. And then as that was happening, Discord made it harder to become partnered as just a Twitch partner and then upped their requirements and then retroactively swapped it so that everybody who got Discord partner as a Twitch partner initially had to re-earn the new requirements, which were significantly more lofty. And that was, I think, 2018, at which point I made the Count to a Million room and the Add a Word Stories room. Yeah, they also sold Twitch sold games through that app, which is funny because I still have, like, listed revenue from video game sales on my Twitch dashboard. It's like all-time revenue, 0. But anyway, then they killed that app, and Discord has just been slowly upping their requirements ever since, to the point where a friend of mine who has a Discord server for his Skyrim mod pack with like 10,000 members wasn't able to get a verified server, and that's an active server. So yeah, I don't know. I lost my Discord partnership about 6 months before Dwarf Fortress came out, and I probably will never get it back. Wizard needs food badly, but what about Barbarian? Barbarian always needs food first. What's Wizard doing up front that they need food badly? Goddamn newbie Wizard. Anyway, so I'll back onto the onto track. Let's do a little rundown of this fort here. So we have this. We don't really have any defenses. That's something we need to figure out today. There's a bunch of crap out here on the front lawn. This is our entryway. It's beautiful. I like it. We need to build another entryway from over here pretty soon. So I'm thinking similar tower design and then some sort of walkway to a tower over here or something. I don't know exactly, but we'll figure it out. So we need to build another entryway, and I've got these traders that I think are just stuck. Maybe deconstructing this will fix it. I don't know. This human's been here for a while, and I've got these dwarves that are stuck. It's all good. It's fine. I'll have to fix that at some point. And then we have this whole outer wall, which goes all the way down to the base. And then we've got these little housing blocks. We've got one little layer of housing right there. Over here, we've got this tiny little housing structure, which I need to roof off the top of and build more houses into so that these dwarves have place to stay. We have little pens in the bottom, and then there's a few more down here, which we can work on as well, built into the stone. Then down here, we have all these bedrooms. We've got a little dining room over here. This is our tavern, and I love how the dwarves track snow inside. Up here is was my mist generator, which appears to have been stopped for some reason. And then up here is some guild halls. And then we've got another floor that we're working on. And this is our main cooking layer. And then we fish here in the summer. And yeah, this is it. Bunch of ex-meta middle managers. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I don't know. People have been like, Discord has gotten to the point where it's big enough that people hate it now. Ever since their original brand manager left, like the person who designed Wumpus and all that. Because like I said, I used to be a Discord partner. I have a Wumpus. The person who designed that and came up with like the whole persona for the thing. When he quit, it's been downhill since, and that was like 2019, I think. I play vanilla. Whiskey. I play vanilla. This is the most Dutch dwarf fortress? I suppose. I don't know. The thing is, like, we have dikes there. Like, most of the, what's it called? Most of the, what's it called? Like Greater Vancouver area is also under sea level thanks to dikes. So the Dutch like take full claimant of like this like sea reclaiming thing, when in reality it's like, well, we got plenty of swampland that's basically the same situation. This fort always reminds you of the Devin Townsend album Ocean Machine. Fucking fantastic album. I get to see him in like 2 months. I'm gonna see him and Dream Theater and Animals as Leaders. Devi's a fun show. Looking forward to that. He's one of our locals. One of our local boys. Speaking of weird fucking shows, Steve Vai is doing a show at a 200-person venue, and I'm kind of tempted to go. Water probably froze in the mist generator? No, it didn't, because there's mud there. So I think what actually happened is somebody toppled his statue. Because I do have some tantrumy problem dwarves. But I'm going to read through all the named dwarves, because I'm a little bit all over the place today. Ashlyn, Baka Glass, Bridge of the Squid, Calcium Crypt, Chimeron, Cornitharum, Darius Cardrin, Doc Fem, Flykick, Fudeco Casper, Gimli, Killiot, King the Space Disco Fox, and Korab L, Lyagushka, and Megos Nashoid, as well as Nikolaf, Nutwick, and Ordith, Palpatine, and Pandasaurus Rex, and Paul Harvey, as well as Proud Nime, who is largely okay. Ray Britt and Ryoshin Cat, Red Nass, and Stone, Talon Artho, and the Ben Arb, as well as Tyler, are all in the fortress. And then also, because I do have some dwarves in the military, if I scroll down, maybe, okay, none of them are currently actually in the military, but yeah, there's at least one or two more named dwarves in there that I'm not seeing immediately. How many farm plots is necessary? Where are you farming? Are you farming on the caverns, or are you farming on mud, or are you farming in dirt? And how many dwarves do you have? And what kinds of crops are you growing? Are you growing multiple kinds of crops? Because if you're growing multiple kinds of crops, you need more kinds of farm plots. How many are necessary? I don't know. As many as you want, really. But not too many, because too many is a little silly. Probably less than you think, I guess, is the easy way to answer that. And Scenic, hello. It's good to see you. You know, I'll bet you I could probably call a fort ocean machine, right? Because dwarves have a word for ocean, don't they? Chicken is covered in snow. Now I just want to name a fort ocean machine. Thanks for putting that in my brain. I got some goslings. But I'll turn on the naming for dwarves pretty soon. Currently, I'm just kind of waiting on this to melt, because this is a bit of a problem. So, once this melts, then there's some more things I can do with it, I suppose. Wait. I was gonna say, since there's like... this seems like a problem. I need to get this done. Apparently we've discovered a magma pool and an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Let's pause. I go through all of this and channel all that out. And then we're going to... Where is that? There it is. It's this one. Okay. Okay. And are you for fucking real? Okay, no, it didn't give me a pop-up for the mysterious wall studded with gems. So where is it then? Because I know there's one like in the middle of this cavern layer. Huh. That's spooky. Okay, well. We'll keep working on this because this is the priority down here. Discogs doesn't scalp. Discogs is resellers, which means it's usually stuff that's out of printing that gets expensive. And Discogs is largely like eBay, right? So it's people selling their own collections. So Discogs isn't a distributor, it's just people selling their collections, right? So you're gonna get any number of prices based on what people think their collections are worth. So Discogs doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that you're gonna get scalped on Discogs, it just means that it's people selling their collections, right? As far as IM8-bit, I don't buy anything from IM8-bit because IM8-bit is ludicrously expensive to ship to Canada because they're an American, what's it called? They're an American company and they're beholden to American pricing, which means it's fucking expensive to ship to Canada. So I don't buy anything from IM8-bit if and when I can help it. And most of my records come from Black Screen Records because it's cheaper to ship stuff from here. From Germany than it is to ship stuff here from the US. So I generally get stuff from Black Screen Records for the soundtracks, but most of my other records just come from like local record stores mostly, like Neptune Records and Red Cat Records. But I've never bought any video game vinyls from them. And if you're in Europe, Black Screen Records is what I'd recommend. Or in Canada. But, I mean, in the US, then I have no idea. There's a bunch of different places that sell them. I'm gonna need to go through and remove all this flooring soon, too. I have to start up here. I mean, everybody plays things differently, right? Like, I don't specifically make kitchens that big or that small. I usually have maybe a dozen kitchens in a fort with 200 dwarves. And then things are very, for me, things are very fluid generally. All right, well, this all caved in, so this is all just going to flow down now. Let's hope no dwarves fall. I really wish it would jump me to those locations. Because, like, it's telling me that I keep finding these, but it's like, I really wish you'd tell me where I'm finding them, game. You're not telling me where I'm finding them. This is going to be a little tricky. I'm going to have to do some drainage here. Dwarves might fall down, but... I'm going to show gems as minerals. Yeah, yeah, but I just wish it would center the camera on it. I think I can change that, though, in the notification settings. Yeah, you can. That's what I was just saying. It's like I think I can fix that by changing them in the announcements menu, but it's still it doesn't change the fact that it's kind of suboptimal. Yeah, I don't think, like, is there even any mods that do that right now under the brim? I don't think there is. Like, if there is any, I'm unaware of them. Okay, why are... Oh, because you're sleeping. Or no, you're playing. Great. Kiddo, I need you to move. Kiddo, please move. I think this is a bug. I have no idea if it's a bug or not. I wouldn't call it a bug. I would assume it's an oversight, because that's usually the case. Certainly not game-breaking, though. None exist yet? Yeah, that's what I thought. Kid, okay, so this is like heavy, like, construction is going on in a location, and there's just like a kid playing in the middle of it. That's what this is like, essentially. This is like heavy construction is going on, like we're laying concrete, and there's just a kid like playing hopscotch. We'll leave him there. Finish that later. Oh no, totally cookie maker. But it's really nice. It's really nice to see somebody who's like a glass half full kind of person, because I see so many glass half empty people. And then people just call me a sellout fanboy, and I'm like, really? Like, I sure, I guess, but a little harsh. Oh, probably. But I think recentering a dozen times is more helpful than not. There's a lot of things that used to recenter in the older versions, like new migrants used to recenter, right? They don't anymore unless you set them to. Used to pause and recenter. Are we digging a well? Nope, I'm digging a pump stack. Helicopter? More like Dwarf. It's a really deep aquifer. But yes, smoothing walls works. Kiddo's still fucking there. I think the way jobs work in the new game, it doesn't as much need pausing. Doesn't as much need it, but it's nice to know who's showing up anyway, right? I like what I do now if I don't have it set up to currently recenter on new migrants. I click on the notification, recenter to where they are, and watch them walk in anyway, because I want to see if there's like necromancers or vampires in there, and that's a forgotten beast, and I'm not sure if it can get into me where I'm at, but the forgotten beast Nokar has come, a great skinless alligator. It has a spiral shell beware its webs and a bloated body. That's terrifying. It's just like it used to recenter on these, right? And it doesn't now. All right, so does this Slayer currently have access to me? That's the question. Yes and no. It does, but I have it locked right now. Skinless alligator with webs? Yeah, bit of a Florida beast. I think I'm just going to leave that one locked up for right now because my priority is finishing this pump stack, but that is slightly scary. Hopefully it doesn't show up in one of my hallways randomly. It's been like a week since I played this fort, right? So. Also, hey, that kiddo finally fucking moved. Hallelujah. Spiral Shell sounds like the name of one of those shady Swedish websites. You mean the Pirate Bay? Yeah, I mean, we did kind of just get a silk farm guy, potentially, but kind of need to do one thing at a time for me right now. Have I ever played CDDA? Yes. Why is that the first thing you ask in my chat? Hello, good to see you too. But I don't really like open world survival crafting games, and that's an open world survival crafting game. Doesn't matter if it's a turn-based roguelike. Go watch Vorm if you want to watch CDDA. Vormithorax. He does good CDDA stuff. Although he's always in the end game, it feels like. It's like literally I've never actually seen him streaming in anything but the end game. This Aquifer? I'm not sure. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Now I got a few more layers to do. Oh boy. Does the Aquifer start up again? That's kind of crazy. Yep. Okay. Florida dwarf arrested for feeding alligator beast plump helmet roast. He's a good boy, he shouted after being dragged to the dungeon. Why would a dwarf get arrested for that? That's just called your average fortress animal tamer. Every fort needs one of those. You hate aquifers? They're lovely. I love aquifers. They're a little bit inconvenient sometimes, but they're very important. So many fun strats can be had with aquifers. ISP is done choking you? Did you give it consent first? Because otherwise, like, that's kind of a problem. So I was simply asking if the ISP asked for consent. Because that is very concerning if it didn't. Still got water falling from places. And oh, I see where it's coming from. It's coming from up here. Definitely didn't. Well, you should absolutely ask to see their HR manager. Because that's a very concerning thing to hear. It's for the company, not for you. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just saying random words. I'm just saying random words and my life has no meaning, and I'm digging a hole in the ground and trying to be entertaining, and this is the least entertaining thing I could possibly be doing in Dwarf Fortress. So... It's in their terms of conditions. Yeah, we can just randomly strangle you without warning or your consent. In the terms and conditions. What's the gimmick for this fort? I kind of already completed it. We dammed the ocean, which is much more impressive looking when it's melted. Oh, hey, it is melted now. There you go. We dammed the ocean. And we're building inside of it. Basically, as chat has been insisting nonstop, we're RPing Dutch dwarves. And the fact that I haven't accidentally flooded the whole thing yet is kind of impressive to me. Hasn't happened yet. It probably will eventually. Give it time. Luckily, we live in a we're luckily enough to live in times where we can waste it. That is a painful sentence to read, but I think I understand your point. Not entirely certain I would describe that as luckily, but I mean, it's only wasted if you're not personally satisfied with what you've done, right? You're trying to use pumps to drain an aquifer and you tunneled down and they weren't working and you went with water, and one layer up it was open air. Then to the right it was a screw pump pumping to the west, and that the output was to the right and the output was touching the wall, which was the aquifer, which wasn't moving, and then the water. And someone from DF Discord couldn't figure out why, and we both tried with water wheels blocking the open space. I have no idea. There's certain things in DF where I can just be like, this is why it's not working. Without seeing a screenshot and exactly what you did, I have absolutely no idea why that would work. Or not work, rather. I have no idea how you have it set up. You could have something in the wrong order or have something just in the wrong place where it wouldn't work to begin with. So, yeah, I have absolutely no idea. It's like, I know enough about this game to know that I probably can't sort out your issue if it's something oddly specific. Also, yeah, you can't pump water directly from an aquifer wall. But it's not the aquifer part that's the issue for me here. It's why the pump wasn't moving. I think what would actually happen if you put a pump in front of an aquifer wall is you just have a wet pump. Also, is this a light aquifer? Because if it's a light aquifer, why in the world would you use a pump? If it's a heavy aquifer, okay, but light aquifer, why in the world would you use a pump? Just dig through it and smooth it. Light aquifers are people tend to overthink light aquifers because they end up on tutorials for heavy aquifers, and heavy aquifers are not light aquifers and should not be confused. They are very different beasts. Hopefully that's helpful. I don't know. I'm rereading your wall of text, and it's like, Build a wooden wall in areas that are dirt, and then smooth all the stone, and it'll stop. Like, I'm literally digging through an aquifer right now, and it's, like, a non-issue. Phil and Arthur, thanks for the shout-out a couple hours ago. Cheers, dude. Also, hello. Good day. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Yeah, they're annoying when they're 20 Z levels deep, but they're still super useful. I wouldn't describe them as I hate them. Like, I guess it's the classic hate the strong word, you know? Like, sure, but that I certainly don't hate them. Like, can they become a mild annoyance at times? Absolutely. Do I hate them? No. The aquifer on this map is my only source of non-salty water by default. Started a short story about frog balloon rides. Gotcha. You know, somebody on Mastodon the other day was shouting about how they were mad at like ChatGPT ruining writing prompts, and then someone else was like, why don't we start grammar checking ChatGPT? So ask ChatGPT to write a short story and then like tie knots in it and like point out where it's poorly written. Like critique ChatGPT's writing. You retired Fire Tower due to many small issues and started a new surface fort. Sometimes you just gotta do that. But Dwarf Fortress lends itself to that, right? That's part of why Dwarf Fortress is so great, is because you can easily just be like, nah, fuck it. No, you don't send the feedback. You just do it in like a video or on stream. Yes, there is, but it requires going into the game files, and trust me, you don't want to turn that off. It's there for your protection. It might be inconvenient, but it's one of those features where it's like, you might not like it, but but if you don't have it when you need it, you will regret it. Where's that water coming from? Guess it's still just drying. Also, Cooler maybe made me a new shirt design that I'm going to release when I get back. Because I've released way too much merch in the past, like, 2 months. Gotta give people a break. And also probably a new mug design. There absolutely is a new mug design. But again, I've put up too much merch recently, so. And it's real nice. Hell yeah, Troopin'. I saw like Gushka's arrived too. You learned to play mostly by yourself, and my god, did it make you feel stupid? Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is just like a matter of learning like how its inner game logic works, and once you kind of wrap your brain around that, it gets a lot easier. Like it really, really, really does it does get easier. Just looking to see, like, have I missed any spots? I don't think so. All right, let's just construct. This is all going to be conglomerate. This bottom one, I went one too far. But there is still water appearing from somewhere. Only one couple is married. Marriage is pretty rare in Dwarf Fort. Now you're thinking with dwarfs. The classic Cave Johnson line. That will almost get us to the top here. Then we can finish building all the way up. And then I think that's this all the way down. And it's just a matter of going around and digging it out and also draining all this. Fortunately, it had somewhere to drain into, which is good. Although this is still getting, like, water flow, so I need to figure out where this water is coming from. Which is always good, you know? Why is there blood? Slightly concerning. Slightly. Don't, you know, tell anybody, but, like, it's slightly concerning. Okay, now speaking of concerning, this is concerning. So my dwarf redeems are not showing up in the chat. They're only showing up in my activity feed. Twitch, why is this? What did you do, Twitch? Yeah, but I don't see them in chat. Doesn't matter if you see them, I don't. And I've refreshed twice. I don't care if you see them, chat room. I don't. But some things have changed about Twitch chat's appearance over the past few days, and I'm trying to figure out if I can enable those again. Poke, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for the prime. Cheers. But if you guys ever want me to ever actually be able to do those, I need to be able to see. Pinging my team and seeing if anybody knows. Hope you're having a good day. I'm surviving. Getting by. So, Nerev, what kind of dwarf would you like? Because I'm like 99.9% certain your dwarf got, offed by something. What kind of dwarf would you like, Nerev? Because I'm never going to see that ever, so I'm going to miss all of the requests. I might actually just disable them. Oh, you're throwing a dwarf at Elfie Bean? What kind of dwarf does Elfie Bean want then, Nerev? Yeah, I might just disable them. If I can't see them in chat, I'm going to miss every single one of them, and this is going to be a nightmare to actually have to deal with. Admittedly, it might be one of my plugins breaking it, right? Because I'm certainly not using vanilla Twitch. Their choice. All right, happiest beardless dwarf. Stukos, the Weaver. I don't have Twitch chat in OBS because that's for garbage newbies. Trust me, I have no way of seeing this. So I'm disabling Dwarf Redemptions until I can figure this out. Just what I'm going to do. She's impervious to the effects of stress after seeing a strengthening when a family member received justice through a criminal's conviction. Why can't I unpause? Oh, because it still thinks I'm writing. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and she finds humor in most situations. She is sometimes cruel, and she has a calm demeanor, and she is quite confident in others that have a different appearance or culture. She's conflicted by this, and she values parties or merrymaking in the abstract, and she is quick to form negative views about things, and she is stubborn, and she Has a greedy streak, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she is quite ambitious and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She tends to consider what others think of her. I'm sorry, but, like, it's going, like, I literally never look at this other monitor, right? So, if they're not going to show up in chat, then I have no way of guaranteeing that I'm going to see them when they pop up. Which means I'm just going to miss them if there's anything even remotely busy going on in chat. Oh, I don't really have an option. I kind of just can't use them. And I ain't going to give you guys sound notifications for them. Fuck that. Sounds like a realistic dwarf. It's a conflicted dwarf. Pretty sure this dwarf came from the previous fort, too. I wouldn't blame Twitch. It's probably on my end. It's probably something got swapped to default. I wouldn't even blame Twitch for it. In fact, I'm willing to bet it's something that I did. Although I'm happy I don't need alcohol to get through the working day. Just most evenings. Getting there, though. I've certainly been at that point in the past. There we go. Now I can finish reading this dwarf. She personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, respects fairness, and sees power over others as something to strive for, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values a harmonious existence, respects perseverance, and finds friendship burdensome. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She likes basalt and black bronze and cat's eye and mongoose leather and spears and quivers and thrones and crowns, and when possible prefers to consume carambola wine and sorghum flour, and absolutely hates hamsters. She is skinny and has a very high-pitched voice. Her nose is broad and she has a deeply recessed chin, and her hair is clean-shaven. Also, chat, the way that we can do this for today, I've been thinking about it for the last 10 seconds, is every hour or so I will shout loudly that I'm turning it on for the redemptions, and then it'll just be a free-for-all. I think that's like the only way I can do it. Otherwise, I will miss every single one of them. Her hair is cinnamon with flecks of gray, and her eyes are aquamarine. She's married to a lovely lady named Onol, and a vile force of darkness has arrived, and she has a nephew named Aegis. And your wife's a pump operator. Oh. Small handful of goblins. Not even so, no, they can get into the fort. Holy snatchers. Well, seems like Van Ori's found the first one. First one turns into red mist, second one turns into red mist. So, chat, does that work for you guys as like a middle ground kind of setup? Van Ori's in a martial trance, spinning around and flaying goblins by the neck. The fight only lasts a few minutes, and then they stand over their defeated foes. Wandering to the edge of the map where they were told to station by their captain, Van Ori is afraid after experiencing trauma, but doesn't feel anything while in conflict. I mean, she is in a constant state of internal rage, after all, and is frustrated after being unable to wander for too long. Get back to training, dwarves. Yeah, and I've poked a few people to be like, hey, does anybody know what's going on with these? Why they're not working? Doesn't feel anything through natural one? Or, wait, what do you mean? Impervious to the effects of stress usually means that they've just seen some pretty extreme trauma.
Crypt debug.
Yeah, like resub notifications look different right now. So I'm assuming that like something is like not getting along with my plugins here, but whatever. Lego, thank you very much for the 4th month. Good to have you back. And as per usual, chat room, can I get a round of beers for the resub? Cheers. I don't know why there's one tile of water there anymore. Kind of doesn't make much sense. And why there's also still water here. It's like there's water coming from somewhere, and I'll figure it out eventually. I need to remind myself what's magma safe. Calcite's magma safe, Kesserite's magma safe, Dolomite's magma safe, Galena's magma safe. Allanite's safe, Andorite's safe, Basalt's safe. I can't remember the last time I found Chromite. Mica's safe. Ooh, Olivine. We can use Olivine. I read that correctly? Yeah, Olivine is magma safe. Oh yeah, I should just disable the out-of-word stories too. Thanks for reminding me. At least until I can figure out how to make them show up in chat again. Okay, so I need to make... Wait, hold on. Did it, like, actually save my parameters there? Did it do that? Huh, it does. Interesting. I have a lot of coke. Like a lot of coke. I'm still making more coke. Am I coking, bro? Hopefully not. Seems unhealthy. Because I need to make, like, 200 iron pumps. Like, kind of a lot. Like, kind of a lot. Low on drinks, high on coke. We've been low on drinks for most of this fort, actually. Mostly due to, like, just my own inability of, like, actually keeping up on them. Just literally need to do that once in a while. Do you want me to put a coke stockpile in the mayor's office for humor purposes? Because I could just do that. This is the mayor's office and home. I could just go right here. It's under bars and blocks, is it not? Nope. I actually don't know where it is in here. Chat, where is coke in here? I don't think it's considered a stone. Certainly not a refuse. Finished goods, maybe? Nope. Is it bars? Yeah, it's considered coal, so it's not necessarily going to get coke there. But we'll see. I very rarely use coke, so we'll see if they end up putting coke there. Then I'll just forbid it. Actually, even better. Instead of doing that, hold on. I probably have one of these already made. Ha! I'm gonna put some coke on a pedestal. Because then it won't get used. Coke on a chalk pedestal. Yeah, naturally. So you get the white powder effect, right? Once it, gets installed. All right, so once we start seeing iron, there we go. We got 12 iron. Rather than making 26 steel, 137 copper, I'm going to queue up 96 pig iron. Or 96 steel, not pig iron. Oh. I don't have a manager right now? Did my manager die? All right. Nutwick, you can now moonlight as my manager. And, Nutwick, you can have this office. There you go. Is a Pepsi stockpile okay? Is Pepsi okay? All we have is Pepsi. Hey, at least it's Pepsi and not RC Cola. But also, yes, that is the actual response. Is Pepsi stockpile okay? So we now have Coke in the mayor's office. So something else I need to do. Because we built a prison, right? Where did I put it? There's the prison. This is prison. It's not fully set up yet. Some of these are. If I pull this lever right here, right, it'll open this up, which will insta-flood this. And then I pull the lever again, and then we can just drain it out the front door. It's not fully set up. I still got 2 more to do. But I'm thinking I put my military barracks, like, right here so that the soldiers have to watch the military train. What do you think, chat? And also, these are going to be copper, so... Copper? 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 Copper, copper, and copper. And then this upper floor I haven't actually designated as anything. I was going to make this upper floor into the bedroom for the captain of the guard. Oh, I hated those boxes. Yeah, I used to do that. I did that too, Layagushka. I did that too. You give to something so malicious? I mean, isn't that how you're supposed to build things that are malicious, is meticulous effort? I mean, everything is pretty close to the tavern down here. Because, like, this is the tavern, right? This is my tavern. This is the Helmed Fish. And I'm kind of planning on putting some glass windows in here so that they can look out into this lovely spot and maybe accidentally punt a hole in the wall and insta-flood the whole fort. Which, would be totally fine, right? Totally fine. If anything, likely. I really wish that wall grates did the same thing that these do. Oh man, I want to give him a balcony. Hold up, chat. I'm giving the captain of the guard a balcony for no actual practical reason, other than I think it would be cool to give the captain of the guard a balcony. What do you think? Give him a little private statue garden there. He needs to watch over things. Why doesn't he have a balcony? I mean, he absolutely needs a balcony. I'm glad that you agree. Olivine pillars. Naturally, he needs a balcony. Also, he needs more prison cells, but, you know, balcony first. No railings? I was going to put bars in as railings, actually. I'm also going to use this to finish building the roof. Because I'm going to put a ramp up right here, and then we're going to go build the roof. I'll deconstruct the ramp. What's up, Raptor? How's things? How many prisoners am I planning to have? Depends on how many dwarves tantrum. You don't really plan to have prisoners in Dwarf Fort, because there's not much you can really do with them. All right, so I'm going to make steel bar. We're going to make 96 of them. And those are adamantine ballista arrows. And I'm also going to make iron pipe and iron corkscrew. And ads are about to hit, so I won't do anything for about 90 seconds. And we're going to just make... Whoops, that's the wrong button. We're going to make about 150 of each of them. It's going to take a little while. How's the damming? The damming is complete. We've dammed both sides of the ocean, Raptor. So, damming is currently complete, and this weirdly large mega project continues. I still have to make machine defenses, which we haven't even gotten started on. So, next big project after I get lava up to this layer is going to be start working on defenses. Right now, we're only getting attacked by small forces, though, because I haven't directly annoyed any of the goblins just yet, so... So that doesn't fit within Dwarven ethics, Whiskey. I know that sounds wild, but just there is a reason why there is no slaves in Dwarf Fort. It's because for Dwarf Fort, like, the... It's essentially like in Dwarf Fortress, the dwarves are like a kind of direct version of the creators of it, right? You just like the possibilities? Well, then what you'd want is you'd want them to enable humans as playable and then give us mechanics for humans, because humans have slavery. The goblins have slavery. You can find goblin slave camps in adventure mode with characters listed as slaves. Right? So it already exists in the game. It's just a matter of being able to have them as playable in Fortress mode, which they won't ever be for dwarves because dwarves don't have slaves. So if you like the possibilities, then what you're actually looking forward to or looking for is mechanics based for humans. What do I call that? You don't like humans? All right, well, there you go. Well, then let's just murder all the humans. Project Murder All the Humans must begin. Murder all the humans. Mass destroy all the humans. It's okay. They'll do it to themselves eventually. You said you don't like humans, so I took it to the natural extreme. Conglomerate. 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 And conglomerate. Conglomerate. And conglomerate. And I want to remove one of those tiles in the corner. Murdering all the humans does legitimately sound more wholesome than allowing slavery. Yes. No, I mean, there was a specific person on the Steam Workshop that sparked a lot of DMs between me and some people I know right around time Dwarf Fortress launched, which allowed for two mechanics. One, it made all dwarves proper, which made them all white and gave males and females beards. That was the first thing it did. And then the second thing it did was it allowed slavery, which is like, hold the fucking phone. I think that mod's still on the workshop too, but didn't get a lot of downloads, thankfully. It was a weird first 48 hours for Dwarf Fortress to be on. The typical, yeah. Which is why there's always a little bit of pushback from me whenever people are like, why don't your ladies have beards? It's like, I don't know if I want to answer that question, man. I think you would love the Saints Row franchise, Raptor. Or actually the new Street Fighter. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the character creator in that single-player mode in Street Fighter, but yep. You can make monsters. That's for sure. Nobody looks normal. Everybody is like, I have a beer gut that's like out 15 feet. And also my arm, hold on a second. Just let me, I'm gonna show you guys like 10 seconds of a donkey video, okay? Just give me 2 seconds. He says, I think the line is everybody in this game looks funny and I feel very represented. That's Donkey's custom character and the character creator for Street Fighter. You know, it's kind of fantastic. And you can go online and fight against other people's custom characters. Let's see, where's the actual, like... Yeah, this is the bit where he's walking around in, like, the public lobby. So, you know, everybody looks normal, right? A lot of very tall people with weird legs. I think it's culturally acceptable for me to say that those people don't look normal. That's not me being insensitive, is it? I'm not gonna get canceled for saying that somebody's Street Fighter character looks weird. Seriously, peak character customization. I mean, it's up there with FromSoft's sexuality slider, where it just makes your dick bigger. That's horrible. Yep. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like fighting games. I'm kind of tempted to, like, if it would, when Street Fighter's on sale for like $20, which it will be eventually, I will pick up Street Fighter 6 just to mess around with that character creator for a few hours and go punch some people. Because that's about how much I care about fighting games, and I'm down for that. And that just seems like a good afternoon. I can't remember the exact name of the slider, but I think it was Dark Souls 2 has a slider that if you're playing a female character makes your chest bigger, and if you're playing a male character, it makes your groin area bulge. And I can't remember which slider it was, but I do remember watching a friend play that game for the first time and then burst out laughing hysterically. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta make fucked up little dudes. I think it was Dark Souls 2. Conan absolutely has a very complicated dick sliding system. Yes. And then Cyberpunk has like multiple selectable dicks. Video games got weird in the last few years, chat. I mean, I'm here for it, but maintain that video games got weird. DS2 also had a sex change coffin. I mean, like, RuneScape has a sex change store. Like, you just, like, walk up to a wizard and he goes, boom, you're a lady now. Or boom, you're a man now. It cost 1,000 gold, too. Boom, you're a sheep now. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was 1K, yeah. Which was like a lot in like 2008 when you weren't a member and had only been playing for 2 weeks. At least that's how much I remember it being. I could be wrong. Me too, Nuzzle. Also, can I just say that out of context? Oh my god, I was playing when that Sex Change Wizard came out. Go on. Also, it's bothering me. My camera's touching the side of the screen. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this and this. I like kind of floating in my own little space. God, that's... Well, it's not even a lot then. It was a lot for me, okay? I was a child. God, that sentence is just way too funny. Yeah, no, he would transmog you into a sheep for like 5 minutes if you yelled at him or something. As one of the dialogue options, you could be rude to him, and if you were rude to him, he would turn you into a sheep, yep. It's pretty, like, accurate real-world commentary if you think about it. Palpatine has slipped into depression. Well, that's fine. I need to make ballista parts for Ben. Ben demands ballista. Parts of ballista. Not a whole ballista, just parts of them. This guy. What's funny is he only demanded 2 ballista parts, which isn't enough ballista parts to make a ballista. One of my pump operators has been possessed, because I think you need 3 to make a ballista. It's 2 that he wants, right? Yep, 2. You know, one of my most formative memories of RuneScape wasn't actually RuneScape, and this kind of fits into what we're talking about, but also not really. One of my most formative memories of RuneScape was like 2007, right? And this was like peak people just buying URLs to like get page views on things that maybe they shouldn't, and maybe this is mean, but for a good while there, if you typed in www dot RuneScape.com, it would go to RuneScape, right? Now, if you missed the dot and you just typed in www.runescape.com, which I did once because I was a child and not very good at typing, it would put you on a hardcore porn site. This got me banned from playing RuneScape for a good 6 months, because my mom was like, you can't go to that website. So, yeah, good times. Happened to you also? Really? Was just like, oh, look, that's a butt. That's a massive ass in the middle of my screen. And of course, because like we were one of those families that had the computer in the living room, right? My mom's right behind me, like doing whatever she was doing, like in the kitchen. And this was like 2008, maybe. And so, of course, we had a slow as hell computer, and I couldn't very quickly just like click out of the screen. It loaded and then like froze the computer because it was trying to load a video. Although Trimkoff, that makes me feel a little better knowing that it happened to other people in this chat. Certainly wasn't the first porn I'd seen, but I was definitely gotta close the window. Some BDSM stuff on YouTube. Yeah, I definitely had seen porn on YouTube by that point. Although generally the porn that would show up on YouTube was like somebody would make a reply video to another video, and it would just be porn. Usually how that went through. Okay, so we're giving these quarters to Kosoth, my captain of the guard, who is married to Art of Stuttering, or was married to Art of Stuttering before Art of Stuttering died. So rest in peace, Art of Stuttering. I do need to remove my captain of the guard's previous quarters, which was Kosoth, right? Kosoth and Art of Stuttering. And also, I know there's a menu that lets me like jump directly to where they are, but this is about the same amount of time that this will take. Of course, it's going to be one of the last bedrooms I click on, or I've already missed it. Must have already missed it. Well, I will use the other button. Oh, actually, hold up. Nope, I must have missed it. At the top, I missed it. And the big group of rooms. Ah, you're right. All right. Well, I need to make more cabinets and whatnot. Yeah, I don't think I've logged into RuneScape since like 2012 or something. And I probably will never log into RuneScape again. I'm pretty much done with it, I would say at this point. Pretty much done with it. Let's see how my metal stuff's coming along. Got a handful of stuff done. Haven't started making those steel bars just yet, though. But yeah, no, I mean, RuneScape is one of those kind of legendary games. It's kind of wild to me that that Jagex hasn't really hit that big again on kind of anything. Every now and again they publish something, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's Jagex? What the heck's Jagex up to? Can't really stick with it. I kind of feel that way about all MMOs these days, though, where it's just like, yeah, none of them really, they just don't do it for me anymore. They just kind of don't do it anymore. Let's see, you get ripped out, and then we're gonna place bars. Kind of way too happy with how this Captain of the Guard's quarters looks. Been playing Eve recently and enjoying it, but probably won't last forever. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you enjoy Eve and you're playing it and having a good time, enjoy it while it lasts, you know? I think it's lasted for this long because it runs on anything, right? And it's so light. There's a guy I see on the bus sometimes that I take to my parents' house who's always playing RuneScape on his phone. Whenever I see that, I always go, Maybe. Then I never do it. I never actually, like, install RuneScape on my phone, and I don't think I ever will. Waste time playing on your phone? But, like, that's all I need. I don't actually give a shit about, like, XP, right? Like, for me, I would play RuneScape for the nostalgia hit, not for actually giving a shit, you know? Like, all of that is a waste of time. I've lost several characters due to forgetting login information. That's a waste of time. You have to throw the meme out there? Sure. Looks like it's pigtail season on our farm plot. See how the dwarves are thinking. Zatem. Hirochi, when caught in the rain, disgusted on retching on miasma. Remembering dwelling on retching on miasma, didn't feel anything without sleeping without a proper room. We still need more bedrooms. Shattered Pixel is fantastic on phones. So's Sproggy Wood. Okay, so let's begin the first few. By first few, I mean first few layers of this. Looks like the water's all stopped, so that's good. I wasn't sure if it was still coming in from somewhere or if it was just like the last little bit of the water. So we'll do olive iron, iron, iron. Pump stack time. Who died? None today. What's up, Kellias? Plenty of people. Yes, Art of Stuttering did die. Looks up from playing Shattered Pixel Dungeon on her phone. There you go. Shattered Pixel Dungeon is $10 on Steam, but it's free on phones. I think it's just got ads on phones. But yeah, it's a solid little video game. For me, I personally find Shattered Pixel Dungeons to be a little mechanically light. Like, I wish that there was more to it. But that's just because I've played too many super dense roguelikes to the point where it's like, okay, it's a little light, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means it's a little bit light. No ads? All right then. Well, I swear it had ads the last time I played it, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, there is still water coming from somewhere. Fuck. The Forgotten Beast Lululur, Lamalas, has come, an enormous scaly snail. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is ravening. Its lime scales are jagged and overlapping, but delicious. Beware its poisonous bite. And Salty Tempest is risen and is haunting the fortress. Well, fuck. That is a weird-looking snail. I don't think I can get him. Keyword is I don't think it can get in. Might be able to get in. No, okay, it's sealed off. It shouldn't be able to get in. Oy vey. Play this game called Balls with a Z. Breaking blocks with little balls. It's oddly addicting. Sounds like plenty of other mini games I played. Like I should make 2 doors down here. Oh. I've got a strange mood who's just hanging around in the middle of nowhere. I'm assuming you need a Boyer's workshop. Because you're a novice boyer. Slab's engraved, so I just need to place the slab. Got it. Excuse me, Raging Cave? What's 10 mil in the Amazon lottery? Okay, care to explain what that means? Uh-oh, blacksmith was found dead. How? Oh. Forgotten Beast got into the stairway. Looks like Calcium Crypt is mutilated as well. I remember I was like, I don't think it can get in. Well, it got in. So I'm going to turn this on. It just killed Raul. I'm still not sure where it got in. Going back down. Holy, you know, this is a snail, chat. That's Lorbam, who is now dead. This is the zoomiest snail I've seen in a while. You've claimed a boyer's workshop. It's just poisonous bite, though. It is a snail that can fly, though. Holy butts. Okay. So we got Bembul, who's bravely fighting with the creature. The Axe Dwarf, Bembul. Nope, that's Lorbam. Bembul. Anvil, thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back, dude. The Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the right wing with his steel axe, fracturing it. Hacks it again in the right wing, tearing it. Hacks it in the body, tearing his scale. The Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper wing with his steel battle axe, tearing it. Axe Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast with his steel battle axe, tearing the scale. The Axe Dwarf screams, "Can it all end so quickly? Begone fear." You know, this might have actually gone through the lava and not gone in through the caverns. Because there is a way into the lava from the caverns. So it is possible it just came in through the lava. Begone fear. The dwarf moves forward a couple turns. The dwarf is bleeding, and so is the Forgotten Beast. And what is that? Oh, its left wing got cut off. Okay. The dwarf is still bleeding, but dives back into the fight, and the creature dies. Seriously injured, but not dead. We are going to disable this, and we'll see how Bembul got the kill. I'm assuming they got the kill. Nope, Bembul did not get the kill. Did not, in fact, get the kill. So who got the kill, then? Korab L apparently jumped into the fight. Scratches the Forgotten Beast in the right wing, tearing it, and says, "The body of my spouse decayed without a burial. I feel uneasy." Militia Commander Kor got in here, too. And stabbed the Forgotten Beast in the body with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the brain. There you go. So the Militia Commander got the snail. It depends on the beast. Yeah. Okay, so Dwarf is getting hauled. Unforbidding everything. Our dwarf is vomiting. Quite a bit, actually. And still bleeding. Pandasaurus Rex is also hanging out in hospital, one of our doctors. One of my peasants was found dead. No new deaths, just they're discovering the ones that were killed. It's been stitched already. Yeah, it was just needed stitches on his ankle. Not too bad. Let's just make sure that I have enough tombs. Any more I'm missing? There's a few. Since that one didn't immediately get claimed, I'm assuming I have enough. Your mail went on a spammers list, and it seems I've filled my whole mailbox within 10 hours. Jesus Christ. That's something. Speaking of the old days, I used to think it was hysterical to prank my friends by sending them email bombs. I don't know if any of you guys ever did that, but when I was at peak bad kidness, I was email bombing people. Okay, you got splints. You should be good. All right, let's get back to those lava thing down here. There's still water flowing down it. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, so the creature may have come from here. But I don't know how it would have gotten in from here. So my assumption is it didn't come in from there. My assumption is it came in from here. Although maybe not. Actually, because that's full of obsidian now. So yeah, I have no idea how the creature got in. But that's fun. You know, just knowing that we have, like, a way for forgotten beasts to get into the fort. Oh, no, actually, sorry. It came in from here. Duh. Didn't come in from the lava. Just walked in this way. I mean, that makes sense. Guess I could just lock this door. You've been robbed? At least the channel points have, or the tickets have no values. But yeah, no, we absolutely had one come in this way. It was made out of gems. It usually depends on the material that the creature is made out of. Usually. But I don't know about you guys, but I've seen a lot of positive buzz about the next update for Dwarf Fort. I really hope we get it this week while I'm not on vacation, because if it comes out while I'm on vacation, I will be sad, because I won't have access to a computer and I won't be able to make a video on it. Hopefully it drops this week, because it'll be nice to get these experimental branch stuffs into the main branch for you guys. Stuff from the experimental branch is moving over in the next update. It is, but you have to opt over to the experimental branch, which I've been playing on for the last month. That's also where you get the multi-threading stuff. So it's like, yes, it is available, but you have to opt over to the experimental branch right now. And there will probably be some other... I talked to Putnam, and she said that there will probably be some other things that weren't mentioned as well in the update, but couldn't confirm or deny anything, so I'm not going to say things that may or may not be in the update. And apparently, in the coming very soon after that update is going to be alphabetical sorting on air quotes, a bunch more menus and new buttons that make things less tedious, which will be nice, I'm assuming. I put out a video talking about the Bay 12 blog post where they elaborated on that stuff a bit more. I also love buttons, especially buttons that are pushable. I don't like buttons I can't push. Those are mean. So I'll try and get another Coder's Workshop out, which is me and Putnam talking in a video. You normally lurk and watch on YouTube, but you wanted to pop in and say thank you for making your Code Monkey hours super chill. Both this fort and the last one are really cool, and hope that this week is kind to you. Cheers, friend, Hillseeker. You know, I'm going on vacation at the end of this week, so VODs will be a little bit less frequent, although I do have, at the very least, one thing scheduled almost every day for the time that I'm gone, and I'm trying to get a few more things up. So, and what's it called? System Shock VODs, which I've been streaming when I haven't been playing Dwarf Fort, is also going to start going up while I'm on vacation. So I need to make sure I get through System Shock. There's a lot left. Hi, my name is Joe, and I work in a button factory. Yes. Or like that video game, please do not touch anything. Okay, what's this dwarf want? Bones. Okay. Well, that's the first thing I see. Time to slaughter some more dogs. I really need to start setting up war dogs, but one thing at a time. Like all of those games that are just like, please do not touch this. You're not allowed to push this button. It's like, well, then why'd you put the button in the video game then? Why'd you do that to me? You big meanie. Touches everything. Don't touch anything! Please. Tarp hammock combo. I usually do that, but I wanted to use my brand new tent this time. Because turns out if you're type 1 diabetic and your blood sugar goes low, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to like find your blood sugar testing kit in a hammock. As much as I love my hammock, I decided to try the tent this time and it was a lot simpler, so I might just stick with the tent. Outside of staying in places that are super rocky and I can't actually set up a tent. I actually had some people ask me, they're like, would you consider doing camping vlogs? And it's like, there's part of me that would like absolutely love to. The problem is the guy I go camping with who showed up in one or two of the pictures, Kevin, doesn't like being filmed, doesn't want to be filmed, doesn't want to be on live streams or in videos, and so that kind of is putting a bit of a dampener on that. As much as like it would be fun to, you know, bring a camera. Like I've recorded some hikes in the past. If you actually like... I do have a couple of videos of me hiking with my dad, because my dad doesn't give a shit, but... If you drink too much beer, you faint. Can't say I've ever had that happen. You must have different sugar issues than I do. I have more lack of insulin issues than sugar issues. Also, I guess that means you're a cheap date, Whiskey Wanker. Yeah, but there's a difference between a photo camera and a film camera, Orange. And the intent of what you're creating with that, right? Yeah, and it's free to camp there too. It's also only like a 3-kilometer hike. Of course, you get giant cockroaches in a fast food place. That's just real life. Like, that's just normal real life stuff. Rip the count then, Puzzle. But yeah, glad you guys enjoyed the photos I shared. There was a few that didn't end up getting posted, I don't think. Like, this one specifically. This was on the way down. Welcome to Canadian backcountry. It's really quite funny. It's like, you know, when you live in Vancouver your whole life and you just like look up at the mountains and you're like, yeah, there's big mountains there. You forget that like they just kind of keep going and going. Just kind of like this just goes, it's just like this straight up to Alaska. Like it just keeps going. And anything that's backcountry is free to camp, so. Just mountains all the way down, quite literally, and then this is where I ate breakfast. I think this photo made it up onto the YouTube channel, but yeah, this is where I ate breakfast. This is like right next to where we were camping. That's North Canada? Well, I mean, this photo is facing north. This is facing the city. So this is facing north. This is the opposite direction of this photo, which is looking towards Seattle. Or this is Vancouver, but that direction is Seattle, to give you an idea. So this is looking down the coast. But the thing that really amazed me was how many comments I got like, isn't it really rare to have snow in June? It's like, you ever heard of a mountain? It's like, you know mountains exist, right? It's like, yeah, we're only at 1,500 meters, but still, we're at 1,500 meters there. Like those particular photos are taken at 1,500 meters, which is like almost 5,000 feet above sea level. Yeah, no, Northern Canada is in like, Northwest Territories is mostly flat. It is kind of a staple here. Not a stapler, though. 5,000 feeders? Why would that piss people off? It's just like, that's a strange way to put it, but okay. It's the game that made you, it's the game that made most people find my channel. Although there's always the fun question to ask of chat, what's the first game you saw me streaming? Or make a video out of? Also, I'm going to call them, like, foot feeders now. Thanks, by the way. A nether cap blowgun? Oh no. Delaruth, the pump operator, has created Kinder Emul, a nether cap blowgun, and offers it to the Machine of Oceans. Classic DF, Dwarf Fortress, DF, 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 DF. There's got to be like, where's cooler to just be like, SimCity 3000, which I streamed twice, and that's how he found me. Let's read about this blowgun. This is a nethercap blowgun. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular gypsum cabochons and encircled with bands of dog bone and iron. This object is, of course, adorned with hanging rings of nethercap and menaces with spikes of nethercap, blackcap, and dog bone, gypsum, and white chalcedony. On the item is an image of dwarves and dog bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the formation of the foundation of Mountain Man by the spread oil of the tufted urns in 159. Cheese Runner was the cheese game that I play. I'm going to put this also on a display in the mayor's office. It's going to go, the blowgun is going to go really well right next to the Coke, and I think it's going to completely fill out the joke. Rimworld Hot Potato. Last Rimworld Hot Potato I took part in was 2020, I think. The question is, Orange, is that a new record? Are you still in town, by the way? I know that you, like, were kind of screwed over yesterday as well. Because I saw your post, but I'm just fucking slammed, so I can't really hang out. All right, you, right here. Blowgun. So now we have Coke and a blowgun in the mayor's office. Screwed over today, too. Woo! So when do you drive out, then? You just kind of screwed until Friday or something, or? Maybe tomorrow? Gotcha. Well, don't drink too much. I mean, so was I to a degree. Holy crap, Payday 3 actually has a release date? Huh. Well, that's wild. I wonder how much deals... Chat, I have a question. Do you guys think that Payday 3 is going to be received well? You think that Payday is going to be like the next, like, Counter-Strike where people just love whatever the newest one is regardless? Oh, also, don't worry. Yes, I'll be streaming City Skylines 2. What's up, Neezer? How's things? You've actually never heard of Payday? You've never heard of Payday? It's the best day of the month. Payday the Heist. It's a cooperative bank robbing game. And we will be only building walkable cities in City Skylines 2. I mean, I loved that first one, so I would like to play the second one, yeah. Although I haven't watched the trailer or paid too much attention as to what it is. I just know that it got announced. If it's a continuation of the original story, I don't want to play it. If it's a different story in the same universe, I will absolutely play it. I mean, I get paid monthly, yeah. Twitch pays on the 14th. Although, so I get paid monthly, but I get paid monthly by like 5 different companies. So Twitch pays on the 14th. YouTube pays on the 20th, which usually ends up in my bank account on the 22nd. Patreon pays on the 1st. My merch store pays on the 5th. PayPal tips come in whenever they come in. Citizen Sleeper was the story thing that I was talking about, Doctor. I need to sneeze. No, I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm all sneezy today. God damn it. All right, what was I doing? I was doing something. Right, yes, making a joke. Coke and blowgun. So the mayor has Coke and a blowgun. There you go. Perfect. Mayor's office, complete with Coke and a blowgun. Thank you, Whiskey. Generally, salary is every other week, at least here. God, I'm getting random follows from porn bots again on Twitter. It's gotten so bad. Does anybody have a Blue Sky invite that they can send me? Because I really want to get a name on Blue Sky. So I can have an actual excuse to stop posting on Twitter forever. And then I can just be Blue Sky and Mastodon and be happy. Maybe. Wait, what? Pay you yearly? Now, see, that would be kind of whack. Like, monthly is fine, but yearly? Those pink walls? Quartzite. Rock salt's a different shade of pink. Both pink, but different shade. Sorry, that's very funny. Swallowed. What's up, Squirrely? How's things? Hopefully you're not hungover this morning. Still don't know where this fucking water is coming from, I swear to God. I'll just seal it off, it'll be fine. But genuinely, I have no idea where this fucking water is coming from. You didn't drink that much? Gotcha. Well, there you go. That. Olivine. That. He's just lazy and hates having to pay the fee to payroll company. Okay, no, that's fair. I mean, the way you worded it, it read like a joke anyway, so. Generally, bosses that can joke about stuff like that are good people to work for. At least in my experience. Can be twice the salary once and then none at all for 2 months. And it's not because of the war. Your scholarship was paid the same. Department of Education is a yeah, no teachers are screwed on a good day, which is criminal. That is all I will say. I'm sure somebody gets paid yearly. I mean, I actually, like, running a Kickstarter is basically saying I'm going to get paid yearly because you get lump sum of money, right? Which is why it's so easy to mismanage. So I've got a bunch of crimes against Palpatine, of course. Wow, Palpatine, You've done so much disorderly conduct. What's hysterical is this is not the first time I've had to arrest Palpatine. I've had to arrest Palpatine a good few times, actually. You'd rather be paid daily? You can be paid daily here if you do those daily work things. Like if you go to like Employment Inc. or whatever it is here, which is basically just, yo, quick work for hire jobs, like handyman shit, or just like, we're going to ship you out here and you're going to flag all day. Okay, then we're going to ship you here and tomorrow you're going to do this and they pay you cash at the end of the day. It's kind of a way that like we help people who are homeless and can't get normal work get immediate work. Oh. Palpatine's been found dead. So the Hammerer got a little bit excited. On the bright side, Palpatine was a depressed son of a bitch who kept tantruming and knocking things over. Sometimes I get paid daily. If people tip me on, like, PayPal, that's getting paid instantly, basically. Captain of the Guard punches the pump operator in the head with their right hand, bruising the muscle, bruising the skull, and the force bends the neck and tearing apart the fat and the upper spine's nervous tissue. The upper spine has been bruised. It's probably for the best, really. Sad, but for the best. Disney will resurrect him. Probably, yes. It's okay. In my own headcanon, he died when he was thrown down that endless pit in the Death Star. I don't care if Disney resurrected him. Star Wars is dead to me. Every year or two since you got bored and then got depressed and you could just go do something new. Yeah, I haven't worked a new job since 2013. In my head canon, the Death Star is just huge insurance fraud, considering that the person who destroyed it was the sun. Was the sun, and it has obvious vulnerability. Okay, so what I need, Puphead, I need a 45-minute video essay about why the Death Star being destroyed was insurance fraud, complete with like a finalization write-up and everything, and you have 2 million views on YouTube. Good luck. And a DMCA request from Disney. But worth it, I say. Like, seriously. You gotta make that happen. That's too perfect. Actually, no, obviously I can't dig that out there. Might as well not bother. We'll dig it out there, then we'll just seal this off. Hold on. Let me go to YouTube and see. Death Star was Death Star was an inside job is the first thing that pops up. Okay, so there's a YouTube short I found about it that's 9 seconds. Or 19 seconds. Hold on. Ups to history. Okay, what's this guy saying? He's got subtitles, or he had subtitles, so on the other one he doesn't on this, but... Alright, well, anyway. Looks like someone's already done it. I think there's a Robot Chicken skit about it, too. Well... Yeah, moods are stabilizing because I actually have, like, a functioning prison again. So baddies are getting dealt with when they start tantruming now instead of like just continuously causing problems. And like combine that with also having a proper mist generator and other things that are slowly improving. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. Also, beating to death everybody who does tantrum is helpful. Yeah. Also, you know, speaking of mood stabilizing, on the way back down from camping this weekend, we stopped at a coffee shop that we like. So we just had our massive backpacks in the corner and we're getting coffee. And there's a little like poster board, right, where you can put up like ads and local classifieds and stuff. You know, like a lot of public spaces have. And there was one for home cleaning, and it was like, you know, take one at the bottom to like have the phone number for home cleaning. There was one for a yard sale. There was one for selling like something. I didn't look too closely. And then there was one for in-home mental health counseling. The one for in-home mental health counseling had 2 separate ads posted for it, and all of the phone numbers were taken on both of them. It's just kind of like, man, I think that says something about the state of the world. It's like, oh yeah, it was appliance repair, a garage sale, and like some other repair thing. And then it was just like in-home counseling. Oh yeah, also in-home barber. Like a guy will show up and cut your hair. And then like in-home mental health counseling was just gone, done. Every single one of them was taken. Way too funny. It's a multifaceted business, okay? Also, can I highlight the fact that my tavern keeper, this dwarf, Moral, kind of looks like the chick from that Pixar movie Brave. I think it was called Brave. It's because of the haircut. It's not a haircut you see super often. Joke's on them. I'm sure they'd sit in your truck. Orange. Besides, isn't that the goal? I can't remember a single thing about that movie. I just remember it not being great. Or at least I remember not thinking it was particularly great. One of my threshers is tantruming. Currently no open cases. And then we'll just do arm right down the side. And I will suspend all these for right now. There was a person in the lava reservoir? Excuse me, what? There's nobody in the lava reservoir. What you on about? Please? You know, I was thinking there was a dwarf like hanging on right here. No, now? What? Oh, not now. What do you mean in the YouTube short? No, it wasn't on purpose. I was just being lazy and not checking for safety. That's all that was. Not the YouTube short either? Well, then I don't know. I don't know if it was on purpose because I don't know what you're talking about in that case. They'll show up later as missing. I mean, I don't think I've had anybody die. But, I mean, if somebody does show up later as missing, then yeah. Keyword there, though, is I don't think. They can sometimes build diagonally through walls. And I don't know when. So it's just sometimes they do it, and sometimes it works, and I'm always like, what? How'd you do that? You're not supposed to be able to do that. But every now and again, they do it somehow. I'm not totally sure what the logic is there. I know that one of the features of this version was that they were supposed to be able to build diagonally through walls more consistently, which it certainly doesn't seem like they do. Because Tarn said something about helping the dwarves learn to build diagonally, but I almost said biagonally, but I don't think diagonal is a word. Oh, it's diagonally during Pride? It's biagonally? Okay, gotcha. Also, Biagona, the new King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard album. Can't wait for it. True, Diagon Alley. I try my best to forget every single piece of Harry Potter lore that I sometimes remember, unfortunately. And I'm not great at it. I try. Usually I'm good at forgetting all the Harry Potter lore that I used to know that I now forget intentionally. Although, I don't know what's worse. Deciding I just don't want to acknowledge something anymore and then doing my damnedest to forget it. Or actually starting to not like something and then not being able to forget it, like Star Wars, where it's like, man, I really hate Star Wars now, but goddamn, I miss when I liked Star Wars. But for me with Harry Potter, it's kind of like, man, I didn't really like this thing when it was popular, and now I don't like it for other reasons, and it's kind of like, yeah, I can't forget. Yeah. I don't know. Could almost say that about some bands, too. So episode 1 and stopped caring? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. 4 or 5 and... I guess for me, it's kind of like Star Trek, you know? It's like Next Gen's my favorite Star Trek, right? Next Gen and DS9 are my favorite Star Trek. And outside of fan service, I don't think I'll ever have another Star Trek like that I like to that point. Got stolen. So, I remember the weekend it got sold because me and my ex-girlfriend went to a comic book convention that weekend. It's like just the local. It's called Fan Expo. It's Vancouver's like comic nerd stuff convention basically. And I remember because Stan Lee was there. That was like their big deal that year. They actually had Stan Lee, so I got to walk past Stan Lee once or twice, which was kind of interesting. But and also the actor who played Sam in Lord of the Rings, who I got to shake hands with. He seems like a nice guy. He's really short. Anyway, I remember because there was a whole group of like the stormtrooper cosplayers were there, like the whatever the Legion number is them. And anyway, they were there. They were marching and doing stormtrooper bullshit and doing what they normally do, except they all had Mickey Mouse ears. Which was like kind of weird. They were just like all walking around with like their perfectly matching Stanley who with their perfectly matching Star Wars uniforms, and they were also with a Darth Vader who also had the Mickey Mouse ears, and it was kind of hysterical. And I think that's the last time I genuinely loved Star Wars. "501st Brigade," or I think it's the 501st Legion, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Legion, not Brigade. I don't know. I'm not that deep into Star Wars lore anymore. The Stan Lee parable. Okay, so if we could just like train an AI to talk like Stan Lee and then give Stan Lee from Stan Lee Playable Stan Lee's voice, I'd be down. Don't actually do that. I mean, I've seen a bajillion little clips of like AI Trump and AI Biden. I don't find them funny. I don't find them entertaining, and they're about the same as any other random AI. I don't seek out AI stuff because it just kind of makes me sad. And generally, things that make me sad are bad for me. So I try my best to just kind of ignore everything that's going on in the AI space generally, because it doesn't really benefit me looking it up or paying attention to it, which kind of sucks because a guy I really like watching, aka Mike B, who does these really, really good news videos on YouTube about gaming stuff, has basically completely changed it all into AI news. And it's like, man, like fine, I get it. I know it's the zeitgeist, but like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about AI that just takes art away from people. That just makes me... I finally caved and made a room on the Discord for AI art because I was getting tired of people posting AI art in the human art room. So there's that, but yeah, I don't know. Realistically, what I should do is I should train an AI that can work for me while I'm on vacation. That's what I should actually do. Exhuming dead people for media. I Stan Lee and Freddie Mercury at all, and I haven't thought about it the same way since. Let dead people be in peace. Well, I mean, like Bruce Willis. You know, he's got some health problems and won't, like, I don't think he acts anymore. Like, I think he's just retired now, isn't he? Completely sold his likeness to Warner Brothers. I think it was Warner Brothers. I could be wrong, but sold his entire likeness up into including using his past works to generate AIs to digitally put him into new movies going forward. Yeah, I understand like using it as a toy, and that's kind of like where I'm fine with AI is like, go nuts, fuck around with Midjourney as a toy, just for like to as like an extension of your like imagination. But it really hurts to me that people call it art because it's not. it's not at all. Exactly, Feliz. When AI starts making new shit instead of learning old shit, then that's when things get interesting. I agree with that. So we are finally getting... I can even give the zombie a bedroom. He won't feel anything, but that's fine. We're finally getting to the point where we actually have bedrooms for everybody. You odd children that don't have bedrooms, but they can claim those. Let's go back to this. I think if the person wants it, like if somebody wants to sell their likeness to a company to put them into movies digitally, that's fine. What's weird to me is doing it for people like Freddie Mercury after he's dead, right? That's where I'm like, okay, that's not okay. Like, I'm one of those people who wasn't even okay with, like, the Dio holograms, and I fucking love Dio, but, like, we don't need that. We don't need to bring them back as a hologram. We like, Miku's something different. Like, fuck yeah, just let Miku perform concerts as a hologram. Who cares? Let VTubers perform concerts as a giant hologram. Who gives a fuck? But, like, when it's a dead person who didn't get to sign off on it, that's weird. Welcome back, Elfie. Who cares if it's conscious? I don't give a shit if it's conscious. It's what are people using it for that matters to me. Quite literally. Like, I do not care if it's conscious. Doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what are people using it for? Is it benefiting us as a society? If the answer is no, stop it. And yes, taking away people's jobs, even if they're boring, is bad. People need those jobs. Because turns out the boring, easy writing jobs are how you learn to be a good writer, right? All it does is it removes good potential writers. That's all it does. No, it's not even remotely close. And which is why it's like an irrelevant question at this point. The problem is it is removing people's jobs, and that is terrifying. Like, don't get me wrong, the tech is fascinating. I've got no problems with the tech. I just have problems with what people are using it for. That's it. So it's like, if we get legislation and laws in place to protect from what the fuck people are doing with them, I'm totally okay with it. Like, ChatGPT is goofy as fuck and kind of fun to fuck around with. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love making ChatGPT write me haikus and shit. Like, it is a fun toy that's cool as hell to mess around with. I hate the real world implications for it. Oh, I'm very worried about AI art. My favorite quote that's been going around for the past, like, 6 months is, you know, we were supposed to use AI to make our lives easier and make our lives better, but instead we used AI to make art. You know? It's like the AI was supposed to do the boring jobs so that we could go make art, but instead we made AI that made art. That's just weird and fucked up to me. ChatGPT is just bad Google. It's just bad Google that can, like, predictive text its way into, like, some kind of fun poetry. No, it says something really odd about the folks with money, right? Because you know what's expensive? Art. That's why we have a writer's strike right now. And, like, that's the actual issue, right? It's like, art's expensive. I buy art on a relatively frequent basis, you know? This is something that my artist made for me that, once I find him on the thing, there he is. This is something that my artist made for me, which is going to go on a mug at some point, probably after I get back. No, don't do that. This is going to go on a mug. You know, art ain't cheap. I'm thinking also like a sleeveless muscle shirt. So, you know. Water camel! Yeah, exactly. Processing plants. What's wrong with you, Dwarf? Trouble breathing? neck bears a massive jagged scar. Well, at least you're moving, Dwarf. All in pigtails. Where are you actually heading with this? Because I need to start removing workshops from this side. Where the hell are you? Oh, you're going all the way up there. I'm forgetting where I've put workshops. Can get rid of this. Can get rid of this. Can get rid of that. Also get rid of this stockpile soon. And with all those butcher shops. Yeah, again, like, if we can come up with a solution to create AIs for video games that give AI voice, that allow for more variety in video games, that is ethical so that people who either A, provided the source material for that voice originally, or B, get paid regardless, as long as it's not simply a cost-saving measure, which is what it's being used for. As long as it's not simply a cost-saving measure, my interest and desire and, like, relative ease around this subject changes pretty drastically, right? You know, like, if we're gonna start removing, like, concept artists from film and video games because it's easier to just type a few blurbs into Midjourney, that's fucked up. If a concept artist is using Midjourney to get an idea, or if somebody who's working on the design of a project can use Midjourney to be like, hey, concept artist who trained this, you know, AI to make art based on your style, we have this kind of idea. Could you workshop something around this? Like, that suddenly makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, voices just seem to be nonsensical. Well, yeah, except they're, instead of being designed as a synthesizer or a VST plugin, they're designed as something to mimic an actual person, but... Yeah, see, that's where it gets weird, though, because then you're taking jobs away from voice actors, and voice actors are a very underappreciated medium that don't get paid enough to begin with, right? So, yeah, no, there needs to be some when we're talking about creative industries here, the jobs are already very limited because they're very specific, right? And because we're talking about creative industries that are already super competitive and don't have enough work in them to begin with, and people have trouble staying employed because it's way too easy for these companies to just be like, okay, game's out, you're all laid off. And then we're going to remove more work and thus increase the, like, the demand for these jobs, plus also at the same time literally remove portions of... No, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's not acceptable to use that shit as a cost-saving measure. And when people are just like, oh yeah, I can have AI voices in my game to have more quests, I would rather have no voices, personally. Like, that's not a benefit. That doesn't help the industry. Just makes the industry cheaper. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about modders. Like, I know that there's been several instances where modders have, like, added stuff to games, right? I'm not talking about modders. I'm just talking about games as a whole. Like, if the new Elder Scrolls game, say, as an example, gets announced to have only AI voices or all of the quests AI voice, then suddenly I'm going, why don't you just, like, pay some fucking voice actors? It's not like those games don't make enough money. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just rambling on the subject because that's what chat's talking about. I'm not quoting specifically what you're talking about. Like, I mean, there's a mod for RimWorld that adds in ChatGPT voice for the storytellers, that yells at you and scolds you based on how you're fucking up and then mocks you when your pawns go nuts, which seems like it would be really fun for 5 minutes and then very annoying after that. Also this. Yeah, it removes uniqueness and creativity. It's okay. This is a wall of text-friendly chat. Concept artist that did WoW. Summoner's Rift update is a good discussion on concept artists using generative AI as a tool to get past the blank screen, but then painting and over adapting and fixing mistakes because professional concept artists need to work really quickly, similar to photo bashing. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I could like to me, it's totally fine to be used as a tool by the person already doing the job. It's when you remove the job to just have the tool to replace the person that I get pissed. It's just like, you know, I know that there's a couple pretty popular AI VTubers out there. I don't understand why anybody would watch that outside of like grim curiosity. And there are people that genuinely enjoy that stuff, and it makes me feel kind of ill. Because it's like, we don't have many creative industries left that are still profitable. You're just killing more of them. More specifically, like, I can't even remember her name. There's a specific AI VTuber that I'm blanking on the name of right now because I don't watch it. Hello, non-major nerd. How you doing? But Watch Me Forever, not so much. Watch Me Forever is a weird thing. But to a degree. I don't want to live in a world where if I want to watch a TV show, I sit down in my chair or on my sofa and tell an AI, I want a show about this, and then it generates me a show. I don't want to live in that world. And that's kind of what Watch Me Forever is trying to be. And when Watch Me Forever first came out, it was this interesting, weird experiment thing. And then very quickly it became, oh, this isn't an interesting, weird experiment. This is just them trying to actually make this into a business and sell it. And that's kind of gross. Somebody knocked down one of my gem windows. God damn it. It's the Thresher, I think. Okay, Captain of the Guard is going to go beat criminal with her child. He's got a couple kills. Was previously in the military in a different fort, so we'll see how this goes. Stunned, winded, seriously bleeding, now enraged at all enemies. It's quite upset. It's not super happy about this. I gotta say. Are you looking for my merch? Exclamation point merch is the command. Picked up and carried to the hospital, I think. Yeah, looks like it. No, never mind. Was found dead. Well, another one bites the dust. What? Particular reason you don't know how many of those are in their game? All right, well, I'll just make them out of whatever, but that's odd. Forgotten Beast Cullithan Cathandapathy has come. A huge three-eyed ankylosaurid. Its bruised scales are small and close set. Beware its deadly blood. Blood that be deadly. It already vanished. Now, is this the one that's made of fire? Yeah, this is the one that's composed of flame. Well, the ankylosaurid, like, immediately vanished, so I don't know where it went, but it immediately vanished. Also, I've just been welcomed to the chat room. How nice of chat to be so welcoming. All right, chat, let's name a dwarf. I'm going to turn on the dwarf redemptions. You guys have like 10 seconds to grab it until somebody sees this. I'm going to disable it again because it's still not popping up in my chat. God damn it. Wait, hold on a second. I think I may have fixed it, chat. I've been fiddling around in FFZ stuff and behind the scenes, and I think I may have fixed it. So I'm going to leave the redemptions on now. UGDPY, what kind of dwarf would you like? You did get it. What kind of dwarf would you like? And if you'd like to see the list, let me know. It's fast. People are very fast about it, yes. That's usually the second I say something. But it looks like I might be able to just leave them on now. That's good. Your internet cut right after clicking the button. Well, you got it. Literally while I was saying it, someone had gotten it. Yeah, it was about a 5-second delay on my end, but can you see the list? Sure. We got some miners. We got a couple woodworkers. Got a couple stoneworkers. We got a couple trappers, I think. Got a few metal workers, some militia. We got plenty of bone carvers and weavers. We got plenty of farmers. Doctors and a good number of peasants. I don't think any internet smells like anything unless maybe your modem is on fire. But, chat is in real time, video is behind. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely a suboptimal way to be. The Happy Peasant. That's also the name of, that should be the name of a tavern or something. The Happy Peasant. Ads are about to start, but I'll just be reading this dwarf's description. She is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. She tends to hang on to grievances and has a greedy streak. She has a greedy streak and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is a friendly individual and often cheerful and mutters under her breath when she's annoyed and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Finds blind honesty foolish and values peace over war and does not care about friendship. She likes slate and silver and white cellostone and bat ray leather. Rat ray leather? Bat ray leather and giant octopus tooth, desert tortoise shell and rope reed fabric. The color copper and donkeys for their stubbornness and the sound of the meandering mother and the sight of the poetic glosses. Impossible prefers to consume giant opossum and glass eye and soft wheat beer and buffalo's milk and absolutely hates worms. Her quite sparse hair is extremely long. Her eyelashes are short and her copper eyes are slightly wide set. And her ears are somewhat broad and her somewhat tall head is somewhat broad. And her hair is buff and her skin is cinnamon. Yeah, you still need internet for the low latency. If you have crappy internet, like, the low latency ain't gonna do shit for you. Like, if your internet's cutting out, that's your internet, not low latency. You're on your phone on a plane. Good lord. Okay. Well, safe flight. Remember when airplane mode was necessary? You're in a brick box in the desert. Well, I mean, I'm in a concrete box in a city, but Drive safely. Don't fall. You use airplane mode every day? I use airplane mode while I'm sleeping. This is the reason I've got the caverns sealed. The forgotten beast of Fioba has come. A huge eyeless chicken. A shitty dragon. It has a square shell and it has a gaunt appearance. Beware its fire. Good Lord Almighty. Blah. All right, where is this turkey at? I mean chicken. Eat it. Doesn't look like a chicken. Oh, also, for anybody who's wondering, Tarn has stated that he's not certain, or initially these kind of all-black Forgotten Beasts were planned to be placeholders, and now currently they are thinking that that's a pretty low priority, but they will probably get readdressed at some point during the adventure mode development stuff, because there's a lot of procedurally generated creatures in adventure mode. So, that was just mentioned in Future of the Fortress, so I figured I'd mention it. Also looks like this Forgotten Beast just died to a bunch of old people. Interesting. Screenshots and adds to the doodle farm stockpile, what, for the shitty dragon? All right, well, we'll just leave that be. These are still spinning. They only froze the one time. But this did freeze. Now we got this boulder here. Into winter. Any use for the salt that's left behind by the Forgotten Beasts? No, not currently. I think in adventure mode, you could probably use it for something. There's a lot of things in like fortress mode that have no use that do have use in adventure mode. Oh, also, for those of you like me who enjoyed Patrick Klepek's writing, he's started a Substack called Crossplay, which I've subscribed to, which is focusing on being a person who plays a lot of video games and plays video games with your kids, which is oddly fascinating to me as somebody who doesn't have kids. Also, thanks to the person who bought me a coffee, which I was just informed of. Because load screens are a chance for me to check my email mostly. What do you do in load screens in video games like Dwarf? Like I said, I just check my email. Usually. Check emails, see if I have any notification on the Twat site. Check the Elephant site and see if I have any notifications over there. Generally, I don't. Generally, just close them. I've been followed by 3 more bot seeming accounts with pretty ladies as their profile pictures on Twitter, so that's great. Ladies love me, clearly. And now we can get this stuff going again. Also, chat room, here is a Mastodon link and a Twitter link to my post about the mayor with coke and a blowgun. I don't know what's worse. Coke and, like, boss having blow on their counter or on their desk, or Coke and a blow gun on their desk. I guess, like, I can't relaunch this in the winter then. Fine, then. I was able to get it going last winter. Whatever you were procrastinating in the first place, that's a good way to go. There's a podcast that I was listening to that was talking about, like, ads and stuff happening on streaming services again. And one of the hosts was arguing that they like ads on streaming services. Look, we got kobolds! They like ads on streaming services because it's a chance to check your phone. It's like back in the day, like when I was little and watching TV, it sucked having to watch ads. Now it's like, it's just an opportunity for me to check my phone. And it's also a limited amount of time that I can check my phone for. And I'm like, I guess I kind of see it, but also no. Anyway, we have Scrumbilbus. He has incredible muscles stretched over a broad body. He has upturned noses extraordinarily broad, and his somewhat broad ears are flattened. He has high cheekbones and a high voice. His skin is brown, and his eyes are yellow. And he's holding a dagger and has a jute tunic, because they don't wear pants. You shall lazily... Capers, not like... I don't know, paintballs? Why did that no work? What? Hold up. Bot, are you awake? Chat, someone type in beer. Critty, how you doing? Okay, that worked. Why did the sound no work? Okay, here, I will restart bot. Oh, maybe it did, and it's just quiet enough that I didn't hear it. I need to Actually, hold up. Ah! Try that again. The stab command.
You suck.
I had it at 30% volume from last time I was playing System Shock. That would explain it. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. And there is like 10 of them again. Not too worried. The bunch of child snatchers right here at the front door. Question is where's the military at? Because the bad goblins are coming this way. Here comes the military. Bambool, the axe dwarf. By the way, was the one that dueled with that forgotten beast in the stairwell and then had to be hospitalized, but survived. Vaults down the hill. Is annoyed when caught in a snowstorm. I would be too. Running in to save Risen, the traitor, who's currently exhausted and in a really bad way. Maybe we'll survive. I'm not super hopeful on it, though. Rest in peace to the traitor, Risen. Dwarves all get into the fighting fray. And there's one still alive here, but Bambool is more interested in going to the station spot. Thank you for respecting the orders, but guy, come on. There's like 2 goblins right here that need to be beaten to death. We will follow Van Ori, who dives onto another goblin, and then another goblin, and the rest of them fly to pieces. There's also a few child snatchers still coming out of the fray. Horrible fight. Many losses. Bad timing. I had just told the dwarves to go out. I could have tried to cancel all those jobs, but I figured they probably wouldn't. So, it's not really worth it. I need more coffins. It's going good, Azrael. Just lost some dwarves to unfortunate circumstance. But, you know, kind of is what it is. It's almost impossible to save everybody. But Fort's going good. How's your day been? We're just working on this here pump stack. This is kind of today's main project. Of course, it's taking forever because it's a pump stack, but we'll get there. We're only on layer -101, so got a long way to go. Working out at the gym right now? Hell yeah. What day is it today? Arms, back, legs, chest, neck? All of the above? Seem to have arrived at just the right time. Small fight. Not too much worth noting. Mike's mostly gotcha. Brain? No, that's zombie day, not workout day. Get it right. Come on. I used to, back when I went to the gym frequently, because I used to have a gym membership years ago, I used to always love doing chest exercises with all the machines. Like, those were the machines I like, were like pecs and upper back and that kind of stuff. It was always my favorite stuff to actually use the machines for, but now all the stuff I do is just with either free weights or resistance bands, which is, I don't know, a lot less fun in some ways because resistance bands are kind of boring. Like, they're efficient and they work, but they're not like, I don't know, not like I'm using machines to work out like the gym kind of was. Although when it comes to brains, wouldn't that just kind of be zombie run? Was lifting a Cheetos bag? Well, shoutouts to Beat Saber. Well, hopefully you're able to find some more exercise, because exercise is... They're like... There's parts of exercise that kind of suck, right? But, like, at a point, you kind of learn to love bits of it. Some people don't believe me when I say that, but it is true. You do kind of learn to love it. Like, there's certainly large portions of exercise that I hate, but you very much do kind of learn to love it at a point. Although, you know, shoutouts to games like Ring Fit Adventure and Beat Saber that get people off the sofa. Although, at the same time, I have a personal borderline vendetta against VR shit, because VR stuff is basically designed for people with 2 functioning eyes, and just kind of sucks if you only have 1 functioning eye, and sucks even worse if you only have 1 partially functioning eye. I have 1 partially functioning eye, and I really hate that all of this R&D time is put into these stupidly expensive headsets that I'll never really be able to use. Kind of hate it. And now Apple is trying to make it, like, the popular thing. Good luck, Apple. Hope you fail horribly. I'd say it's a little longer than 2 weeks, but... Yeah, Apple just announced the Apple Vision Pro, which, by the way, is AVP, and no matter who wins, we all lose. Just so that you know, it's the Apple Vision Pro, which is a $3,500 AR headset. Basically, Apple announced a very, 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 very expensive, fancy, high-tech Magic Leap, which Microsoft has been making for the last, 5 years since they bought that? 10 years? I don't know how long the Magic Leap's been around for. Apple Vision Pro, AVP. Quite literally. Yes, it is Aliens versus Predator. No matter who wins, we all lose. You get horrifically motion sick. And then there's the other issue with VR, right? Of how isolating it is. Those headsets aren't cheap, right? Most people can't really afford more than one headset. So if you live in a household and you have a partner or kids, and one person's in the VR headset, there ain't much that you can really do around them, and they'll probably be flailing in something stupid. So when Apple's all like, yeah, no, this is for the whole family. It's like, how exactly? Also, the what's it called? The Apple Vision Pro specifically requires not custom fit, but very specific fit facial things. And then there's also the problem of what if you're a person who wears makeup, right? It's gonna fuck up your makeup real bad. So if you go to a job suddenly where you have to wear one of these for any portion of your job, and you wear makeup on the regular, then it's great. Oh, I'm sure they'll make fuckloads of money off of it. I just hate that it exists. That's all. I just hate that it exists. I used to be super, interested in VR, but, it's becoming an exclusivity industry that isn't accessible to a lot of people, and that really sucks. I mean, that's how much Magic Leap was when it was announced. $3,500. So there's a precedent for augmented reality headsets already. It's been set a long time ago. I would say Apple's actually probably the most pro-consumer company because of how little their business is focused on how do I word this? How little their business is focused on harvesting your data. They actually have some of the better data protection in the industry. I would actually say that they're more pro-consumer than a lot of companies. That being said, stuff's expensive. So I would actually say that saying Apple is anti-consumer is actually kind of factually incorrect. They're more pro-consumer than Apple is. Their shit's just expensive. Also, the tech in the MetaQuest 2 is way lower, and they sell a lot more of your data. So remember that. The Apple Vision Pro has cameras in... It's 6 cameras inside of the headset looking at your eyes. And also, it has no controllers. It's all hand gestures, which is kind of wild. From a tech perspective, the thing is really cool. And it kind of makes sense why it's $3,500 pretty quickly once you actually start looking at what tech's in the thing. But that's not the issue. The issue is why. But no, from a hardware standpoint, it makes sense why it's $3,500. It's got the shatterproof glass covering on the front, which is the same tech the same glass panels that they put in the iPhone, and behind that is a screen. And then when you have it set so that you're in an area where you can't see and you're not in augmented reality, you're just in virtual reality or whatever, it shows weird blurry smoke. But when you flip it, so that you can see out of the headset and you turn the cameras on, it shows your eyes on the fucking screen. It's wild. It's like, sure, I guess you're literally just giving Apple your retinal scans at that point, but like the tech in that thing is like, makes sense as to why it's so expensive, but. Okay, I thought I already made one of these, but I need to make a crafts dwarf guild, but I have a space for it, so very easy. Of the affordable Teslas, like the reason, okay, the justification for electric cars being so expensive is that you don't have to pay to fill them up, right? Like my parents have a Nissan Leaf, right? And that's a $15,000 car. They've already made the money back just in gas fees, right? Like not having to pay for gas, they've already made the money back. How are we? Doing all right, Plutorino, and yourself? How is Plutorino? Okay, so this up here is going to be my craft store skill. We'll just approve that. And it's already 2,000. It's already high enough value. Did you break controller playing Street Fighter 6? Or did controller break, like, unrelated to Street Fighter 6? Due to use? Okay, gotcha. I broke a controller playing Titan Souls. It reduces your money spent on gaming. Yeah. I am good enough at disassociating from other people without also having VR. So I'm also kind of thankful that VR just makes me feel sick and is hard for me to use to begin with. So there is like also an element of like self-fulfilling prophecy there where I'm kind of happy it doesn't work optimally for me purely because like I know how much time I would waste on it. As a Linux user, you can say that Apple is a bit anti-consumer as you're given their product. So from the perspective of a Linux user, everybody's anti-consumer. Okay? But when, like, if we're comparing, like, megacorps at this point, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Huawei, like, when it comes to the megacorps, they're one of the better ones. But from the perspective of somebody who uses open source software, yeah, everybody's anti-consumer. Like, and I desperately want a video editor that's open source that has the same workflow as Adobe, so I can dump Adobe and never go back. Because yeah, open source will of course always be more pro-consumer because like that's the point. Which embark size do you use? It varies from embark to embark. I think this one's 5x5 a shear. But it varies. Depends on what I'm trying to do and how big I need to make it to fit what I want from the cool embark site into the map. Yeah, no, I mean, there are a few that I've used that are great. I mean, like, I would actually say that probably one of my favorite ones is Blender. I think Blender's workflow is actually pretty good for their video editing suite. But it's still, it doesn't have, it doesn't match the features, right? And I'm too lazy to go look for plugins. Well, yeah, naturally, because with Apple, the way Apple works is you stay inside their ecosystem. If you stay inside their ecosystem and you don't fuck with it, then they're actually really pro-consumer. It's just they're the, oh, everything voids your warranty company. And I wouldn't say that that's necessarily anti-consumer. It's just anti what you want as a consumer, which is totally fair. As long as you stay within their rules, it's one of the better walled gardens out there. It's still a walled garden, though. So I would say, at that point, that's your problem for breaking their rules. If you work within their rules, they're fine, largely. as far as like terrible large corporations go, which they are. Yes. Well, I would actually say that their rules are probably fine for 98% of the population. Like, I think it's higher than 90. So, like, as far as normies need a phone and a computer that do everything that computer do, they're great for that. But so I agree with you to a point. When it comes to Apple being anti-consumer, to a degree, I agree. But I also have to agree to disagree at a point. Like, honestly, for me, the only reason I use Windows is I'm lazy and I just want a computer that works. And 99% of the time, Windows works. And that's all I really need. I don't need to. I'm not gonna switch to Mac because I don't like that workflow, and I'm not going to use, and it doesn't work with enough of the software that I use. And I'm not going to use Linux because it, well, requires upkeep and paying attention to drivers, and everybody's all like, oh, well, it's getting better. Yes, it is. It's still not perfect. Give it another 3-4 years, and then I'll be able to use Linux. This is pump stack. Yep, it's gonna be lava pump stack. Yeah, no, I mean, like, press 1 if you use Linux. Press 2 if you use a different OS. I'm just curious. And no, Android doesn't count. Yes, this chat is definitely weighted tech savvy. I mean, I have a Linux PC in this house, in this apartment. I have an RPi. That counts, right? I used to have uh-oh, child's gone start raving mad. That's unfortunate. I used to have an Ubuntu install on an old laptop, and then the hard drive went, and then my dad just took it and reinstalled Windows on it. I don't know if I count SteamOS as Linux. I actually don't know if I count that. But whatever. When I'm talking about like Linux installs, I'm referring to desktop installs, but it is Linux, yes, but I don't. For the sake of this discussion, I don't know if I would count it. Hasn't there always been UGDBY? Or am I crazy? See, the thing is, for me, I put SteamOS in the same box that I put Android, personally, but you can't afford a Steam Deck? I don't see the use case point of getting a Steam Deck. There is a lot of reason for me to get a laptop, and I've considered it a couple times because it would allow me to work remotely, which would make traveling more logical. But I also don't really want to spend the money on a laptop because I'm cheap. Maybe next year. If I keep making as much money as I have been the last 6 months, maybe I'll get a laptop next year. God damn it, you son of a bitch. Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I fucked around with an Ubuntu install for a couple of years. It was a fun toy for a bit. I would never use it as my daily driver, though. At least not in that state. And granted, this was like 2009, so like fucking Linux was different back then. Cheers, Neezer. I mean, I will be on tomorrow and the day after. The day after tomorrow is the last stream before vacation, so. And then I'll be back on the, streams will return on the 26th, but I'll technically be back on the 21st making YouTube content again. It's going to be a slow ramp back up. I need to clean my apartment, and there's a lot of other shit I got to get done. Never even heard of that. The RNFC. Might not, but you'll catch up via YouTube. I mean, it's an opportunity for some people to get caught up on VODs. This is true. Mostly aimed at heavy power users. Gotcha. Yeah, I never even heard of it. I mean, the internet is powered by Linux, so even people who don't use it on, even though most people don't use it as their daily driver, the internet is powered by it. I better enjoy my vacation. I'll be hearing me. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If everybody unsubscribes while I'm on vacation, I won't enjoy it. Can we make that's the deal there. If everybody, oh, I found out where it's coming from. Yay! If everybody unsubscribes from me while I'm gone on my vacation, I won't enjoy my vacation very much. That would be a shitty vacation. What are the clouds made of? Mostly Linux. I wonder how many people have actually said that. It's like, what are stars made of? Beyonce and TLC. Seeing a Windows server in the wild is always a shock. Didn't Linus Tech Tips have a Windows server, which made a lot of people mad? I recall this. All right. Now I can go back to construction. We'll go up to there. And then we can continue from up here. Oh, hello, Cooldan. I'm doing all right. Building a pump stack, which is slow, tedious, laborious, and boring. So I hope you're ready for slow, tedious, laborious, and boring. No, they're just not very common. Like, people don't really use Windows as Windows server or headless Windows for servers, generally. Although, one of these years, if I ever actually acquire a house, or my dad and me, once my dad's retired, because my dad's expressed interest in this, want to make a Plex server. And then from there, actually build, like, a family photo album digitally and stuff. Because, like, that's something that my dad wants to do. Once he's retired. Because I need somewhere to actually put it. Which I don't have anywhere to put a server. Thought I'd make a mist generator down the stairs, washed all your dwarves to the bottom at Fatal Falls. Clap. Username is Frog. Checks out. I'm saying, I say the word Plex as almost like a Kleenex term. But it would probably actually end up being either Jellyfin or MB. Whichever one's more developed at the time. But yeah, I say Plex as like a catch-all term. That's my bad. Is almost all of the web is open source, thankfully. And then there's all of these crypto bros who are just like, what if we close source the internet and allow you to buy chunks of it. We're gonna stop. That's not a positive end for anything. You shitbags. I thought you used a different acronym there, Carde, and I was about to be, I beg your fucking pardon? Also, thanks for the coffee to the person who bought me a coffee. Oh, geez. This shows how soon my my vacation is. Apparently, I can check in for my flight in 24 hours. Apparently, you can check in for flights 48 hours early. Today, I learned. I read that as BMG, not BMC. Old era internet. Don't recommend Googling it. Just, you know, the old ancient antics of snow rail? Snow rail? Snow rail. Yes, snow rail. Back when viral videos were just like, hey, let's watch a video of a guy chopping his dick off. It's that era of the internet. All of those videos were fake, but very scarring if you were a child. And your friend just was like, hey, look at this. You're like, bah! One of the few people I'm sad to say was Canadian. I love the amount of miasma in this room. And the child playing in the corpse pile. Typical, 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 typical. Which driver's my favorite? Is it bad that I'm like a Hulkenberg slash Kevin Magnussen fan? But I don't know. I don't really have a favorite driver right now. A lot of people in Formula One currently just kind of annoy me. Which is very much like the current state of things. Who am I receiving text messages from? What the fuck? This is either a hospital that's reaching out to me or spam, and I can't tell. It's spam. I like fun characters, and a lot of the fun characters have kind of been a bit muted this year. Sergio Perez is always fun to watch. I like when Sergio's doing well. Max Verstappen makes me want to put my foot through a window most days. I enjoy... Alonso has been real fun to watch this year. But he's just fun to watch in general when he's in a fast car, so I like... Fernando's... Actually, probably Fernando Alonso, honestly. Alonso's been fun to watch this year. Especially, like, just his... Less just watching him race and more just, like, his fucking antics around other drivers. Like, I can't remember, it was like 3 races ago or something, where he was, like, commenting on something that Stroll did on the other side of the track, 5 places behind him, because while he's driving, he's watching the screens that the audience sees. Like, that kind of shit's just fun to watch. Especially, like, with commentary on in the background, he's like, yeah, what place is Stroll in? That was a good pass. It's like, wow, the fuck did you see that? You're going 200 kilometers an hour down the streets. What the fuck, dude? So, I don't know. I'm entertained by that kind of shit. Sorry for the impromptu Formula 1 10 seconds. By the way, the most recent episode of the Halcyon Frequency podcast, which can be found right here, me and Bloody Drongo, one of the Halcyon Frequency members, and my teammate, we literally talk about Formula One for the first 15 minutes of that episode, so, which was completely unintended, but. What are my opinions of NASCAR entering Le Mans? I don't really watch Le Mans. I watch the highlights, so shrug. And I don't really watch NASCAR, so also shrug. Like, generally what I watch is I watch the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I watch Formula One. I watch the highlights of Isle of Man and MotoGP highlights, and then Formula One. And that's basically it. Well, it's just like Sleeveless Lists. I like to recommend people watch the movie Rush. And if you enjoy that, then watch the documentary about Senna. Because the movie Rush is actually pretty good. What does miasma do? It makes dwarves mad. Because it smells bad. And then it gives them bad thoughts. And it makes their mood get worse, which makes them harder to manage and tantrum more. Which makes them break shit. Like the song Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit. I mean, baseball's a boring sport. I don't blame you. Somebody in chat's gonna be like, baseball, I like baseball. Good win, Frog. Whether you do sports ball, whether you want to or not, yeah. There's definitely a lot of places in the world like that. Yay! I see the things in chat again. I don't know why it was broken earlier. Raging Cave, what kind of dwarf would you like? Because you're... Actually, do you have a dwarf right now? I know you had one and they turned into a were creature, and then I can't remember if you've been renamed. No, you're not. What kind of dwarf would you like? I will say that the captain of the guard is available. A bearded surviving one. How about the child Ral? 7 years old, has beard, very happy. Is happy to help, bitter after wearing old clothing. Has a crappy sock and bad pants. It's like, okay, baseball is like cricket, but the games only take 1 day instead of 5. That's it. Raging Cavill? Sure, we'll give it to you. What? Raging Cavill. The cavalry. He is always in love with somebody and develops positive feelings. He is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. He has a low sense of self-esteem and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he has a sense of duty, though he still holds the law in disdain. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, and quick to anger, occasionally overindulges, and is quite polite, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he can handle stress. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and does not really care about anything anymore. Usually over in a few hours. Usually they put in some new rules for baseball recently to make the games last longer. But also, I was reading a thing that the games don't last as long. Rather, they changed some rules to make the games not last as long. But I was reading a thing saying that most stadiums are leaving the stadiums open longer so that people can continue to buy booze and continue to buy food for the same amount of time, which is funny. 7-year-old drinking problem. Dwarves are born with the need for alcohol. So humans are 70% like water, right? Dwarves are 70% alcohol. Speaking of 70% alcohol, am I remembering correctly that you aren't a big fan of Rift Wizard? I don't hate Rift Wizard. Rift Wizard is very good. I'm just an idiot, and Rift Wizard requires smart brain. I don't have smart brain, so I have bad time playing game. Great game. I'm just bad at it. He personally believes that there is little better in life than a good party, views any show of emotion as offensive, and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and hates those who wield power over others, has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't respect the law, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and values sacrifice, and dreams of raising a family, and likes satin spar, lead, and green zircon, avocado wood, and rami fabric, and turkeys for their waddle, and giant white storks for their long legs. And the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume giant pangolin and salmon and wheat beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. His very long beard is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven, and he has a deeply recessed chin, and his slightly wide-set bronze eyes are round. His hair is chestnut, and his skin is cinnamon, and his lower body bears a tiny straight scar. We're really designed by people who have too much time on their hands? Rich people. People with too much time on their hands. Also, this not having too much time on your hands thing is very much like a recent wage slave post-World War II problem. No, I mean, buy it. Like, Rift Wizard is a good game. It's a very, very, very good game. It's just a game that requires a lot of math, a lot of thinking, and a lot of pre-planning, and a lot of staring at very small numbers, which is 3 things I'm not good at. So, it's not that it's bad. Rift Wizard is very good. I recommend Rift Wizard. But I don't enjoy playing Rift Wizard. Just because I don't enjoy playing it, and very much don't enjoy streaming it, doesn't mean it's a bad game. You got your username on Discord? No one took it? Yay! I got mine. It's 45% off. Just bought it. Yeah, no, go buy Rift Wizard for 45% off. That's a great deal. Great game at a great price. I mean, I have like, how many hours in Rift Wizard? I have 35 hours in Rift Wizard. And there's an interview with the developer on my YouTube channel, so. I mean, the worry with stuff like that is that people are going to snipe the username of streamers because we're famous. So that's the actual worry with people like me, but... Although, to me personally, I will start to feel famous and stuck up if somebody ever recognizes me on the street, which hasn't happened yet. Speaking of people who recognize me, I haven't seen Jazz in a while. I wonder what he's been up to. I live in a calm area. No, I live somewhere that very few white people live. And also even less young people. And young people don't go outside here. So. I mean, if I go to like PAX and shit, random people recognize me. But I've never been recognized randomly in the wild. I've certainly had some people stare at me funny when I wear like my Discord partner hoodie and stuff, but... But honestly, I get more funny looks when I wear my Saints of Death, which is a local metal band t-shirt, which just says on the back, live, love, laugh, drink, toke, fuck. I get way more strange looks when I wear that shirt than I wear when I wear my Discord shirt, so. Imagine sniping the username of a famous streamer when you can snipe the name of the guy who trash talked you on online lobby 2 years ago in the pettiest act possible. My favorite was the guy who just got Reddit on Discord and was just like, so I got Reddit on Discord. So I guess I'm Reddit now until Discord DMCAs me or something. Or until Reddit DMCAs me or something. I can't wait until someone just gets the name like Google or something. I'm sure that's happened already. No. Because the bad neighborhoods generally leave me alone because I'm quite tall and have long hair and just kind of fit in if I haven't shaved recently. Sup, Greg Hoolycrack? How's things? Usually if I walk through the bad neighborhood, just people try and just ask me if I want to buy heroin because apparently I look like that kind of person. Which just makes me kind of sad. Back in the day, people used to just try and sell me weed and crack, and now they try and sell me heroin. Nobody claimed Google. I'm not saying that there's an opportunity here, but... time to go grab it. Wait, are you saying that you now have Google? Orange? Because if you got that name, no one has ever offered you heroin? Clearly you've never been to Surrey, BC. BRB making a new Discord? I'm just saying, like, if you get the opportunity, you should grab the name Google on Discord and just set, like, the icon to the old Google Plus icon and be like, remember me? Dude, the meme possibilities are endless. Maybe not endless, but, like, there's at least 10 of them that you could use. Stop buying it. I've never bought heroin or used heroin in my life. I'll have you know. Mushrooms, fuck yeah, but heroin, no. Okay, so Proud Nime, the metalsmith, is in a fey mood. And the glassmaker that went nuts not too long ago was found dead dehydrated. So that's good. My rules with drugs are very simple. If it's a plant or grows in the ground, I'll try it at least once. But if it was made in a lab, unless it's prescribed by a doctor, I ain't touching it. You know, that's like stupidly illegal to do here, Merlin. It's like, it's perfectly legal to grow poppies, right? You can legally grow poppies. You can't pick the poppy flowers. It's illegal to pick poppies here. Which is also hysterical. It's just like, it's legal to cultivate, grow, and consume, and give mushrooms to people here. It's illegal to sell them. You can give them as free gifts. Which means, like, you can go to a shop and buy a cookie for $80 and they give you, like, mushrooms with it. But it's illegal to pick them. That's the actual, like, crime, is picking mushrooms. If it, yeah, science. If it's blue, just kidding. So you're so straight edged. Razors use you to shave. It's probably for the best, honestly. Like I talk about drugs really casually because it's just my life, but I also would not recommend anybody do any of the substances I've done. Even weed, I don't recommend it. Like if somebody wants a joint, I'll roll you one, but like you don't need that shit in your life. You don't even need caffeine. Don't drink coffee. Can't even plant poppies. It's not a problem since weed grows like everywhere. Since it grows like a weed everywhere. That's funny. Also, welcome back, Elfie. You're unsubscribing? For what? What, for the coffee thing? Was it the coffee comment that did it? I will say the hardest drug to quit I've ever tried in my entire life was coffee. He sells coffee mugs? True, I'm an enabler. It says sips coffee. Chat, might need to end stream early today. I'm officially out of coffee. It's a Travis. Why would you quit coffee? Drugs bad, MK? I don't know. Dwarf works furiously, has grabbed enormous iron corkscrews, iron pipe section, and a bunch of other pieces. Actually just gonna build 2 more metalsmith's shops so I can make this stuff faster. No, like, I'm literally out of coffee beans. Like, I have to go to the store and buy coffee tonight. Or I will not be able to make it through stream tomorrow. Can you Uber Eats me coffee bags or something? Nah, it's fine. I will just walk to the grocery store this evening and buy coffee. We're stuck in an ad now. My plug for I don't need to go see a plug for coffee. I don't live somewhere with, like, military rations or something. You wish that you could understand why people like coffee? It's an acquired taste like anything. It's actually, for me, it's not even about the caffeine anymore. It used to be. I just like the taste of it. Caffeine powered seems biased, but username checks out. But also, yes, substance dependency. Largely that. Well, that's pretty cool. I think that this goes on a pedestal in the Captain of the Guard's office. What do you think, chat? Proud Nine, the metalsmith, has created Eno le Monsieur Noval Erith, an iron warhammer, and offers it to the Machine of Oceans. I haven't had dwarves claim artifacts much recently. They've been offering them a lot. Very selfless dwarves, these.
Over here, he has a sword!
No, it's a hammer, not a sword. This is an iron warhammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brillet-cut amethysts and decorated with dogbone and sheep's wool, and encircled with bands of iron and square-cut amethysts. This object menaces with spikes of microcline, goblin cap, and pig leather. I don't have a exclamation point hammer. Best roaster in Chicago? I envy you. I have to go to the grocery store. There is a coffee shop that's closest, but their homemade stuff is not very good. Or their in-house roasted stuff isn't very good, rather. I use a Hario V60 pour over. Just the standard glass one. I say nothing fancy, but I guess that technically counts as fancy. And then I also have a French press, which I don't use very often. And I have a French press that I don't use very often. And I also have a mocha pot, which I almost never use. I used to have a Chemex, but I shattered it while cleaning it. So never again. So Hario V60. Easier to clean. Thanks for the 20 bucks. Cheers.
Good stream.
That's 90% of my revenue for the last 2 hours. Thank you. Appreciate you. Maybe more than that, actually. Yeah, the last Prime sub was almost 3 hours ago, so thanks for all of the money I've made for the last 2 hours. Cheers, man. You take AeroPress camping? I like, if we're bringing the Jetboil camping, I will sometimes bring my Mocha Pot camping. I got the Mocha Pot as a gift, so it's not my primary use. You really liked Siphon Filter when you can get it? That was a great game. I know you're talking about not the game, but still beats those stupidly expensive espresso machines. The thing that I've been like trying to resist spending dumb amounts of money on when it comes to coffee stuff for a while now is just expensive grinders. Like, I was on the wait list to buy a niche for a while, and then I was like, you know what? The pandemic's coming to a close. I need to stop spending dumb money on dumb shit. So I canceled my wait list. My hand grinder works just fine. It just takes 20 minutes for me to grind coffee because I get lazy and I put it down. Not to be a doofus, but isn't that just a mocha pot? On the stovetop espresso makers? Your Baratza Encore. That's a grinder, right? That sounds very familiar. I feel like I know what that is, and I would know what it is if I saw a picture of it. Also, since we're talking about coffee shit, chat room, I would just like to say, I need this page to load before this makes sense. Best channel on YouTube. Just flat. Just best channel on YouTube. Shoutouts to James Hoffman. Shoutouts to the legend, the man with the best hair, and who gets to just drink coffee all day and talk about why it's great. Okay, well, I mean, a mocha pot is a stovetop, like, espresso maker, so. How many more layers do I need to do? I haven't even counted. So I'm going up to -5. Basically, -6. We got a new AeroPress. Ah, fuck, there goes another 50 bucks. You know, if I worked in a place where all they had is instant coffee, I would brew coffee at home and bring it to work in a thermos. I did that for years at McDonald's, and people looked at me like I was an idiot. They're like, why are you bringing coffee to McDonald's? I was like, because the coffee here is bad. It's like, when I first got the job there, I initially drank the coffee there, and then they were just like, wait, why are you bringing coffee to work? I was like, because the coffee here is terrible. They're like, but it's free. It's like, that doesn't matter. What's my favorite coffee? Sorry if you had to repeat that question. As in like my favorite coffee brew or my favorite method of making coffee, like my favorite roaster. I'm partial to Bean Around the World, which is a local roaster around here. Sometimes when I feel like I have expendable income, which I don't right now because I'm going on vacation, and probably won't for a while because income has gone down considerably, but from December until February, I had their weekly coffee delivery where they roast it on Monday and deliver it Tuesday morning, which was very good. No, I honestly, when I'm in a situation where I need instant coffee, that's where I drink a Red Bull. Like if I just need caffeine, I'll just drink a Red Bull. I would rather drink my own urine than drink instant coffee. Why would you bring coffee when we have coffee? A, because I need to be able to look in the mirror and not feel shame. Yes. Yeah, we'll drink instant coffee in certain context. The only time I've drank instant coffee more than one day in a row was when I was in hospital. And after the third day, I literally was like, can you please just bring me tea? Because they had like tea, like really shitty black tea, but still, hey, at least it was tea. They had tea, and so I was like, can I just get tea for breakfast? And so they put a note aside and they brought me tea instead of coffee, and that was drinkable. Because at the very least, it was tea, you know? Instant coffee's just dirt? Pretty much, yeah, actually. You see, now that's a good use. Like, if you're, like, I'll put instant coffee into some fudge. If I'm making chocolate coffee fudge, yeah, I'll put some instant coffee in that, or a coffee cake, that sort of stuff. But that's, like, the only use for it for me. It's like alcohol-free beer. It's like, just stop. Just don't drink beer. Drink something better. You get instantly nauseous? I mean, I'll drink Red Bull. I'll drink, well, I drink sugar-free energy drinks, but I'll drink Red Bull. I'll drink North Point Energy Seltzer. I'll drink Beaver Buzz Caffeinated Drink, which is a Canadian energy drink. I will drink sugar-free Rockstar. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Warfu, which is why I said I would drink my own urine. Let's put this hammer here. Captain of the Guard gets a hammer. Oh my god. I found a issue with my plan. Why did a bunch of them get toppled? Because they didn't get toppled the first year. It's been 2 years. Sugar-free Rockstar? Rockstar sugar-free punch is actually one of the best energy drinks I've ever had. Ice expanding? I suppose, but it lasted for 2 years without this happening. So, guess I have to replace those with floodgates. Down here. All right, well, we can do that. Wereshark? Sure. God, if a fucking wereshark showed up, my mind would be blown. Chat room, I need to go get me some lunch. And I didn't make a sandwich today, so I will be just inhaling a bowl of rice. So I'm going to be a couple of minutes. My lunch breaks are generally like under 2 minutes, but this is I'm going to be a little bit. So I'm going to BRB real quick. When I get back, we will continue with Dwarfs probably for another 2 hours or so, and then or maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours or so, and then we're gonna play some System Shock, and then I'm gonna work on content for you guys for while I'm on vacation. So I will be a couple minutes. If I come back to a hype train, you guys get bonus points that don't exist, and use sound commands now to entertain the chat if you have them. BRB.
Woo! take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Sandwich!
Bark, 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 bark.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
What a time to come back. Ollie Golly, thanks for the raid. Oh boy. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And if I have any mods listening, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? Ugh. Why are we freeing demons? What? You lost 6 of your first 20 dwarves to crowmen. That seems pretty brutal. Forgotten Beast, Rusmo. Rust Money's attacking me. An enormous quadruped composed of salt. It's a round shell and it squirms and fidgets.
Over here, he has a sword.
I don't think so, no. Pretty sure just salt. Well, it's Rusmo. Made of salt, perfect time to flood the fort, and he jumps into water. I don't want to flood my fort. I could easily do it, though. I mean, this is the ocean, and this is my fort, right? So I could very easily flood the fort. Very, 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 very easily flood the fort. In fact, if any of these dwarves open doors right along here right now, they will get, the entire fort will be flooded. I should probably forbid these. Should probably forbid these. My prison is currently MIA because it's currently underwater. Yeah. Speaking of forgotten beasts in the form of gamers, how you doing, Clino? How goes the long Reddit vacation? God, it's been hard to not check Reddit. I don't actually know when the subreddits are coming back. I haven't paid that much attention. Did I accidentally make that guy? Accidentally made that out of copper. Kind of looks okay as copper, but... Missed a dwarf, third from the top. Whoop. You are correct. All right, let's get back to queuing up pump stacks. You feel lost though? Is Formula Dank still up? Because I'll be honest, I spend more time on Formula Dank than Formula 1. Where is that one meme? I can't find that one screen grab of Gunter that I'm looking for. Oh well. And you're not in Canada? That is weird. Sure, it's fine you haven't looked. There's a game coming out in 2 weeks and they're slowly dripping content for, and you'd been following it on Reddit obsessively. What game, if I can ask? Or metal block. What would I use to create and build floors? I don't generally make floors out of metal. And when I do, it's usually by accident because I feel like it's a waste. But I would generally just use bars because that's just 1-to-1, so it doesn't actually matter. So it's staying locked until 7 a.m. Eastern? Well, speaking of important video games, Clino, when do you think like these two nerds who make a little indie game called Dwarf Fortress are going to patch their game? Because, you know, if it happens while I'm on my vacation, I will cry. You've been kind of toying with playing tabletop Warhammer 40k. Don't do it! All of your money go bye-bye. I had a very much the first hit is free feeling recently with 40k because a certain PR company sent me an email saying, hey, we would like to sponsor you to take part in this launch event for the new version of 40k, because I actually know about this. And alongside of it, they wanted to send me a full starter kit, bunch of paints, and like $300 worth of stuff. And I was just like, 1, I don't have proper ventilation. 2, I've never painted a mini before. 3, no, I will not accept your free drugs. Thank you. I will not accept payment for drug use on stream. That seems bad. Plastic or otherwise. So I turned it down. I kind of regret turning it down because it was actually like a decent amount of money they were offering, but like I would have had to paint minis on this table on carpet, which does not sound fun. Like, I don't have any kind of a proper setup to do that sort of stuff. Child's been born. Just gonna finish placing these. Do you want me to repeat what I just said, Darius? Or are you going to make suggestions that aren't helpful and not warranted nor wanted? Because that's what you're doing. Like, my statement is, I do not have a proper setup to do that, and I don't have a place that I'm willing to do that. Because this apartment has about as good ventilation as a box with no holes in it. For one thing. I ain't gonna fucking paint anything in here, regardless of whether or not I have the space for it. And schedule your vacation around your vacation? Oh, really? Are you going away? What are you doing for your vacation, if I can ask? But yes, no, my people sent me the memo recently, so I was very careful to make sure that it lined up perfectly. Deep discounts, they're very, very grateful. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I guess eBay would be a good way to, you know, get rid of your mistakes. I know a few streamers who specifically make minis on stream just so they can get free minis from Games Workshop. But I got no real interest. Now, if Lego wants to send me free Lego to make Lego on stream, I'm all ears. That's my particular brand of plastic crack, is Lego. It's almost as expensive, too. No one sent you the memo. God dang it. Sorry, I had to ask. I need more of these. Stepped on one of those at your nephew's place. That's unfortunate. I hope that you're okay. A pretty grievous wound. Yeah, but it's still ludicrously expensive. But, like, here's the thing. Suckers buy the rule books, right? Smart people make their friends buy the rule books and then borrow them. Or alternatively, get them from the Swedish Public Library and then say that they bought them. So no one's making you buy those books. Horizon tall neck Lego set. Yeah, that shit's kind of cool. Guess you're a sucker. Yeah, you're the friend that buys the books, right? I have no idea, Raging Cave. The sucker we deserve. Yep, the sucker that all friend groups need. But to be fair, the DM needs to know all the rules, like, right? The DM is the one that needs to have everything memorized. Whereas, like, everybody else, yeah, it's kind of optional. Also, it drives me nuts as well. The plural of Lego is Lego. When people call them Legos, I used to get all annoyed about it. Now I've given up. I've got other hills that are more important to die on. Download a new planet. No Man's Sky has entered the room. The irony, though, is I have actually downloaded Cars as DLC for video games. So I have actually downloaded Cars. So have you, chat. Probably. It's... You know, I give up. Lego is a brand name, not a noun, exactly. The items can be plural. Disagree. But like I said, I don't give a shit. Call them whatever you want. Not my fight. But it doesn't change the fact that I disagree. You got buddies that dropped thousands of dollars into Star Citizen way before it was released? Do they still play it? You can call them whatever you want, Puphead. I don't give a shit. Oh no, my Spear Dwarf Van Ori is throwing a tantrum. Didn't commit any crimes, though. That could be bad. When your military starts tantruming, that's when you're in trouble. You know those points where your brain just kind of goes blank and you just like forget what you're talking about? I just did that like 3 times in the last minute. How was everyone's lunch? My lunch was all right. I had chickpeas and rice, a little bit of sesame oil. And I called a brain fart. When I was little, I used to call them brain farts. Now I just call them like brain fog because that's a more accurate description of what it feels like. We went and got some snacks and more butane, and it was a sad morning today when your torch died. I try and stay away from things that require butane torches because it feels way too close to, like, smoking meth. So, I don't know why. It's like, this feels like real drugs. I need to not use a butane torch. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I've never smoked meth either, but like I've seen plenty of people lying down on the side of the road with a butane torch and a meth pipe, or a crack pipe, alternatively. Good for you, Nuzzle. Got so much further to go. Holy fuck. And at least we're making progress. I really hate making pump stacks. If they weren't like necessary for half of my dumb projects, I just wouldn't make them because they're so slow. Which part of Canada? The part that's on fire? Because if you could bless Canada with rain, that would be lovely. I mean, we do have pipes. See, I'm installing pipe sections. Well, there is. It's called macros, but it only works with keyboard control and is very fiddly on this version, and I don't like doing it. Actually, do macros work for building? I don't actually know. I know they work for digging. With way too much blessed rain. I mean, we've had rain the past few days. Like, it actually rained today. When I peeked outside, it very clearly rained sometime at some point today, which is good. And it rained 2 days ago as well. 3 days ago? 3 days ago. Thief! I see a turkey. Where's this supposed? Oh, there's the thieves. It's Stalabalamlinus. And, hey, Scribilbus came back. Welcome back, Scribilbus. You and your large silver dagger. Run away, you doofuses. And a force that is dark and vile has also arrived. And Nuzzle wants a dwarf. So Nuzzle, I will name your dwarf, and then I will kill this force that is dark and vile. I mean, it's been available for about 25 minutes now. Just nobody's redeemed it. You want the captain of the guard? Okay. Who's Kosoth Hammerseers. That's a really good name for a... That's like the best last name possible for the captain of the guard of a fortress in the base of the ocean. Hammerseers. The captain of the guard. So... Game, please. Yeah, it's still there because they haven't patched this version, but I think they've fixed it in a different branch because that's basically what Putnam told me. It was like, oh, I fixed that. I don't think it's gone into the experimental branch because they haven't patched the experimental branch now in like 3 weeks. She often feels filled with joy. She is a nervous wreck and she has a low sense of self-esteem. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and doesn't generally think before acting. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to not reveal personal information and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, is quite ambitious, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She often feels filled with hatred and... Wait, hold on. No, sorry. She often feels lustful, not filled with hatred. Anyway, she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She has a very distinct laugh when she's excited, and she bites her nails when she's annoyed, and often snaps her fingers when she's bored. So she laughs hysterically when she's beating people. Got it. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any damn dwarf should. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. She personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, including beating criminals to death, and believes that little is better in life than a good party, and sees family as one of the most important things in life. Big fan of Fast and Furious. She views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and does not value skills related to fighting. And this dreams of mastering skills is like obsidian, black bronze, and red beryl, and giant moose hoof, and the giant gray langer bone, and pigtail fabric, the color purple, bolts and querns, and desert tortoise men for their longevity. In the words of the style of lace, who impossible prefers to consume echidna and nautilus and apple cider and rope reed seeds, and absolutely hates slugs. She has a very broad, square chin, and her ears are splayed out. Her hair is clean-shaven, her eyelashes are short, and her nose is somewhat short. Her hair is brown, and her skin is peach. Her eyes are bronze. Kills-wise, she's killed Cole, Atir, Ubal, Vakar, Dakost, Niglasu, and then a bunch of goblins as well. Killed a bunch of stuff in Heatstone. So this was a retired soldier from Heatstone who is now our captain of the guard. There you go. So let's jump up to the upper goblins. Oh boy, they coming. Now the question is, where the heck my military at? Oh, here they come. Morel Core, militia commander, who, by the way, has 76 kills and 11 notable. Flying in, fights with the first goblin, removes many pieces, including a hand and a tooth. Very handy fight to begin with. 2 more dwarves show up. We now have Bambool and Van Ori in the fray. Both doing a damn fine job, I have to say. Van Ori's very upset, but unfortunately comes with the job to a point. And it looks like all of these goblins have been removed from existence. There's also a skeleton here, which can go away. Why'd they just stop? Interesting. Lustful, nervous wreck. Like most people who are constantly lustful. Let's give the military a bit of a break, I think. All right. I need to go up here. Body parts. Chuck them. Chuck the corpses as well. I feel like most good dwarves should be a nervous wreck. I mean, having to live in one of these forts would turn me into a nervous wreck. espresso machine you have is a mocha pot for you, and your mocha pot is something different. Okay. That is, in fact, confusing. I like how we're, like, the mocha pot thing came back up, even though that was a conversation from, like, an hour ago. But, like, yeah, no, stuff's confusing. I swear that I clicked the wrong one, so if I get one of these wrong, then the whole thing explodes when lava touches it, so. Using Microsoft Explorer to view Twitch? What? Microsoft Explorer? You mean like Internet Explorer? Or do you mean like Explorer, as in like the file manager? I don't know, I haven't paid attention. Has Reddit corporate said anything about all of these subreddits shutting down? I know that 4chan had a big post saying, we welcome all of the members of World News. And then there was a whole bunch of posts saying, hey, World News, welcome. And then it was just like, the first post in response to that thread was, get the fuck out, we're full! Which is like, yep, 4chan still 4chan. Which is funny because it was OP saying, we need to be warm and welcoming and nice to everybody coming over from Reddit. We need to like show them the way around and teach them how we do things here. And then it was OP saying, get the fuck out, we're full. Yeah, besides all the really big cat and meme subreddits are still up. So, I mean, the majority of the reason why people go to Reddit is still there. Realistically, I will probably keep using Reddit. Like, even after all this is over. Unless literally every subreddit I've ever used shuts down, I will probably still use the subreddits that stick around. Imager recently has been doing some stuff that I think is kind of shitty, like deleting a lot of old images that weren't posted with accounts. It's like, I get why they need to free up space on their servers, but man, that shit sucks, because there goes a lot of internet history right there. Wait, really? Yeah, I've been on Reddit for like 13 years or something. It is genuinely the only piece of, like, social media I genuinely like using and use of my own volition and not because of work. No, I've never given Reddit money. Why the fuck would I give Reddit money? I ain't no gold user. I've been gifted gold a few times, but no, I've never paid for Reddit. What the fuck do you think I am? Some asshole who's gonna pay for a blue check? Ah. Zassit, the gem cutter, has created Alas Solar Nanirizon, an indigo tourmaline cage, and offers it to the Machine of Oceans. It's the second artifact cage I have, which I'm just going to put next to my other gem cage, which is right here. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. There it is. Weird set of cages. But no, seriously, what kind of idiot would pay for Reddit? It's just like, why the fuck would you pay for one of their, like, extraordinarily crappy NFT profile pictures? Like, why the fuck would I do that? It's some smooth brain trash, that. Yeah, if you ever see somebody on Reddit with an octagon-shaped profile image, and if Reddit asks you to make a profile picture, they're minting an NFT for you for free on the Polygon blockchain, which is a pretty clean blockchain. Admittedly, like, it's low power, but that's a thing. Yeah, and I think they will. Like, it sucks, but they will. Yeah, Reddit is like the only social media service that I know of that managed to implement NFTs without anybody noticing. Like, genuinely, they're the only one that I know that's managed to do it successfully without pissing off literally every person on Earth. There's a lot of noise with this one, among the noisiest we've seen. Please know that our teams are on it, and like all blow-ups on Reddit, this one will pass on as well. Yeah, no, it will. I mean, people have gotten mad at Reddit, but trust me, Reddit is far from dead. Reddit is very far from dead. Like, has it been in better places in the past? Certainly. Is it gonna die because of this? Absolutely not. It's literally the only good modern, like, replacement for, people didn't notice, largely. Every other social media service implementing, NFTs, like, caused everybody to loudly make fun of the people with the NFT profile pictures. Reddit's didn't. Like, I see people with those profile pictures all the goddamn time. It's like every third person I see posting on Reddit practically has one of them. And nobody ever is like, this guy fucking has a blah, 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 blah. You know, it's not like if you have an NFT profile picture on Twitter and like every single time they post, there's 40 responses going, dummy. So. Yeah, and there is no proper replacement for it. Reddit was the proper replacement. You still have no fucking clue what they are? It's a receipt for digital purchases. And it's a receipt that you can't delete. That even if you delete it, will live somewhere on someone else's computer. Most people forgot about Dig, non-major nerd. It's because they didn't brand them as NFTs. That's why. But you can still resell them on the blockchain, so they operate exactly the same as NFTs. You still don't get it? When you buy an item, when you buy a physical item, you get a receipt saying that you bought it. When you buy an NFT, you get a file that says that you bought it. That's it. But Ezreal, thanks for the 6th month with Prime. Welcome back. I don't have any coffee in this mug, but cheers. Bye. Thanks for helping us hold off above 1,000 subs. Appreciate you. Based on my math, we'll be down to 700 or 800 by the time I come back from my vacation, so maybe we do another subathon then, I don't know. Well, why did people buy Beanie Babies? Because they're conned into thinking it's valuable. Why do people buy anything? Why do people buy pop figures? Because people are dumb. And marketing is effective. Yes. I'm Corin. Unfortunately, yes, I remember Pogs. What's happening on the fortress? We are disposing of a lot of garbage and building a pump stack. Some people bought Beanie Babies because they liked them. Yeah, and they were the real suckers because they just had to deal with inflated prices and scalping for stuffed animals. Van Ori is tantruming and appears to have killed Bumrek the Butcher and Onal the Carpenter. Was that Bumrek in my military? No. Well, that's horrendous. Van Ori, Van Ori, Van Ori. I don't want to retire you from the military because you are a good military dwarf. I need to make some temporary prison cells while those ones are all flooded. And I also need to place more coffins. But no, honestly, the best way to learn about what the heck an NFT is, if you actually care to know, is just go watch Folding Ideas' 2-hour presentation on it. The first 45 minutes is him explaining exactly what they are and how they work. And it's pretty straightforward for the most part. I say that almost as a joke because it's not straightforward in the slightest. But he does a good job of explaining it. Also, Folding Ideas is good people because he streamed Dwarf Fortress a number of times. No, I still have it. I just never have had one on the channel page. It's just a command. And it's in the description of all my videos. Because I want people to type in the command. Because it generates more sales. Because then people who don't know to look for it see it. Sorry, but it's me being shitty. Is there a particular reason they haven't made any rock coffins? It's 1050 power. If you're wondering if you can make sure that your paintings will be sellable after you die. Problem is then you need somebody to value it, right? I mean, Google is gonna still make ad revenue off of my videos after I die, probably. Unless, like, you know, I have a family member or somebody who I can be intelligent enough to put it in my will that I want you to turn off the monetization but leave the videos up. Please. And then at some point, YouTube and all these websites will either go away or change their rules so that instead of them staying up unmonetized videos that are 20 years old will all go away or something. It'll happen eventually. Why is there so many Forgotten Beasts here? The Forgotten Beast, Nithpa, a huge quadruped composed of brass. It has a pair of long antennae and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous vapors. That's horrific. And it's zooming. We might get a beast battle, chat. Because there's at least one other Forgotten Beast in this area. This is why the water's draining, actually, because it's made of fire. All right, you critter, are you gonna find the other one? Yes. No. Yeah, but it didn't find the other Forgotten Beast, did it? Unless I blinked and missed it. You know, it hasn't done anything. What fish? You mean like in the pond that it was swimming in briefly? This is what I mean. What the fuck's happening? The Forgotten Beast, Usnos, has come. A giant quadruped composed of native aluminum. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous sting. Where is this one? Okay, a different layer. Native aluminum? If they find each other, yeah, they'll kill each other. Oh, here goes two. This is, of course, the eyeless chicken. It has a square shell and it has a gaunt appearance. Beware its fire. Versus this Forgotten Beast made of aluminum. Giant burning chicken or Forgotten Beast made of aluminum. Who wins, chat? What do you think? Well, they are fighting. The chicken appears to be missing a lot of things, mostly fat. This guy over here is not missing anything just yet. They're fighting. Chicken's still shooting fireballs at him. Very ineffective. Oh! Aluminum appears to not be bleeding. Okay, so chicken is now bleeding. Chicken's blood is everywhere. And jumps down into the water. Chicken is still bleeding. It's above the creature, and the chicken has died, and the aluminum creature is unharmed from the looks of things. I was rooting for the chicken as well. Yeah, no kidding. My boy, you did it! Congratulations! That thing is terrifying. Take a lot of blunt trauma? No, absolutely. I mean, they basically need to be put up against another blunt-based Forgotten Beast. Fire and Metal is an uphill battle? Yep. Is there an emote for Forgotten Beasts? I do not have an emote for Forgotten Beasts. We looked into maybe getting an emote for Forgotten Beasts, but I think we decided to go with the water and lava ones instead. And not to, like, tell you guys that I need money or anything, but we're not going to be getting any emotes anytime soon. Okay, I'm going to reassign these coffins. Not sure why they're not getting done. If I could have an additional emote, what would it be? I have no idea. What's that? Vile Force of Darkness. It's an army that's invading. Naturally, just like the Vile Force of Mug. Yeah, on the bright side, these constant spawning Forgotten Beasts mean we have constant bangers. Which I'm here for. But I don't know. The thing is, in order for us to get another emote, I would need an additional well, currently I have 1,078 sub points. One subscription is 1 sub point, a tier 2 subscription is 2, and a tier 3 subscription is 5. Actually, no, 6? Actually, I can't remember. Anyway, regardless, I need about an additional 2,550 subscribers. Oh yeah, that ain't happening. Because currently, I need 3,600 sub points to get another one. I mean, you were here when we unlocked those emotes, like Gushka, I think, so. Lots of you guys were here. And at these days, because of the amount of fall off on the general popularity of DF, we're not quite struggling, but I don't really expect to hold 1,000 subs much longer. Outside of, like, weird events where people gift a lot, like my birthday. Oh, jeez. Stop misclicking. Did it twice. Thanks for the 5 gifts. Appreciate you. But what I'm saying is true. Now, the stream's gonna get smaller before it gets bigger. Hopefully views stay around the same size, but the sub count's gonna go down before it goes up again, I think. You paid for half of those subs, as I recall? Not half of them. Jesus. No, it was very much a team effort. I can confirm that no one person paid for half of them. But no, that was the highest sub count I've ever had, was like 35 or 34 something. And I don't expect to ever hit that number again. Very much not, because Dwarf Fortress is never going to release again. And Dwarf Fortress will never have that level of excitement behind it ever again. Except for maybe Myths and Magic, but if that ever comes out, and when that ever comes out. Which basically means I'm just coasting on the fumes of the release of Dwarf Fortress forever now, and hopefully it, you know, allows me to stay employed. We'll see. Because that's gonna happen, Raging Cave. Yes, Steph. For real, for real. Adventure mode will definitely bring some people back. but it's not going to be anywhere close to the levels of release. You know, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to have 40,000 concurrent viewers, and I don't think I'm going to have 1,500. Like, that's not going to happen. Well, this is a Hill Titan. This is a surface one. The Hill Titan Enifa Waramu Narintha Fipa has come. A gigantic one-eyed tiger beetle. It has a broad shell and an austere look about it. Its goldenrod exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poisonous bite. This one we have to fight. Hopefully it can't fly. Well, cheers, Ice King. Are you, were you the person that subbed at the tier that I need to give sound commands to? Because I sent a DM off and asked for confirmation for sound commands. Goldenrod is in the plant. I think goldenrod is in the gem. Why am I losing this? No, that was rather just the color, so goldenrod color, right? So, like, basically it's bright yellow. Cheers, Ice King. Allow me to get you those. There you go. You should have access to the sound commands now. If you type in this command, it'll give you a list. Why are you doing this? That was a very scared seahorse right there. Because the bots decided it likes you? So, I kind of don't like this beetle. It's making me nervous. Let's just hope it stays there. Wouldn't it be really funny if it stayed here until winter and then froze to death? Let's go protest pretty much. How dare you damn our ocean? Damn you! The fur of straps. Somebody's into that. All right, where's... Okay, here comes the military. Is it wall vault o'clock again? I hope not. Hopefully it's not dwarf down o'clock. Dwarf drown o'clock. All right, here come the dwarves. Van Ori, the murderer, gets up front. Begins dueling with the creature. Something flies off. Its right antenna is gone, so they just chopped off its right antenna. Kicks the militia commander in the head, apparently. Hill Titan kicks the militia commander in the head, and the first foot through the steel helm. Kicks the militia commander in the left second foot with the right muscle, bruising through the steel helm. God damn. Spear Van Ori scratches the Hill Titan, chipping the bone. Spear Van Ori stabs the Hill Titan in the right foot. Checking. Stabs it, gets the spear lodged in the wound. It's dodging a whole lot. Stabs it again, gets it lodged in the room, pulls it back out. Did it just die? I think so, yeah. No, it's still alive. Spear Van Ori bashes the Hill Titan in the left third leg with the shaft of her steel spear, fracturing the chitin. Bits and pieces fly off, and now it's dead, I think. There goes its foot. Now it's dead. It literally exploded. Bugs in Dwarf Fort, very weak, by the way, if you didn't know. Because they're hydraulic, so once they've been pierced and they've lost their hydraulicness, they fall apart. Whereas dwarves can like still keep fighting while they're bleeding without like falling apart. Also, I've got a dwarf that's actively tantruming right now, this one. Van Ori. Axe Dwarf scratches the Hill Titan and in the thorax, and the injured part falls into loose shreds. Starting a fist fight. Oh, this can't be good. I really should remove this dwarf from the military. But they're so good. Like, look at this. 29 notable kills and 112 others. And then, Cora was found dead. Just looking for dwarves with some skills. A very particular set of skills. Skills that have been acquired over a very long career. Skills that make dwarves a nightmare to people like them. There's a particular reason we're incapable of making rock coffins. Oh. I understand why we're incapable of making rock coffins. I'm out of rocks. It's very rare that I genuinely feel dumb when playing this game, but this is one of those rare moments. Excuse me, I have to go mine some more rocks, chat room. Well, it's like, why is nothing getting done? Clearly I'm out of rocks. Got plenty of blocks left, which is why I wasn't even thinking about it, but I need to rewatch Taken. Side note. It happens quite a bit when you have, like, dig 5,000 or make 5,000 blocks jobs, which I do. And also when you're paying attention to constructing stuff that's completely irrelevant and unrelated. A completely natural way of showing dwarves bringing home the horrors of war? What, going home and then tantruming and then murdering a bunch of dwarves and then showing up at the next fort and doing the same thing? Yeah. It makes, you know, it's funny when people who play a lot of RimWorld are just like, do the dwarves act like complete babies all the time? It's like, well, no. But when they start acting like complete babies, it's actually terrifying. Making thousands and thousands and thousands of rock blocks, Lightbringer. Mostly just thousands and thousands of blocks. Do you export nothing but rock blocks? But you have a limited number of rock blocks. That's one of the worst exports. It happens to me kind of all the time, actually, Layagushka. It's just been a minute. Everybody is just like complains about how many blocks they have, and then I'm like, I ran out, fuck! Play this game enough and you too will run out of blocks. Yeah, but I hate the color of obsidian for constructions. It's ugly. It's too dark. It's too hard to see. It looks like missing textures to me. Older versions of the game, yes, I would completely agree with you. Current game, Might as well train my dwarves on interrogations. Also need to fix that. Raw gems? Yeah, I mean, I've run out of plenty of things. Although I could see, like, only exporting minerals or materials that you're not going to use. I could see that. Means more human tombs and castles. Is that real? Random person added me on Discord, and I'm now waiting to get a DM saying, hey, do you want to buy digital art? God dang it. Literally just sitting here waiting for coffins. I need 3. Do have a bunch of dwarves, but because, yeah, there's a bunch of dwarves making coffins right now, but they're all hauling the boulders, so it takes a while. Acre, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm pretty sure that items that get sold from your fort just, like, disappear into the ether when they leave your map and don't actually go out into the world, but I could be wrong. So I don't know where you heard the gains more castles thing. Some sort of smith, no beard preference? Oh, that's ironic. So, you actually migrated here or have a dwarf here. So I can either refund it or we can gift it to somebody else, whatever you prefer. But you actually have a dwarf here. You just lost your name. I guess probably something to do with the 5 notable kills that you have. Yeah, you killed Trimkoff. I don't know if that was in a tantrum, but you are stressed. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub, Captain. Yeah, it's because you lost your name. Probably because you killed somebody. And I don't always notice when people lose their usernames. But I did, like, give you a role, so that's something. Unless you have somebody in mind, it's best I just refund it. It's usually how I've just kind of decided to do it these days, because when people start asking anybody wants a dwarf, then it just, I don't know. I'll just refund it for you. All right. But since you redeemed it anyways, I'll read your dwarf's description. See what's causing your dwarf such trauma. She is a nervous wreck and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She is in a constant state of internal rage and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult and conceptually, and she is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She is bashful, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight, though she is disturbed by this, and she values quiet, at least in the abstract, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Though she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish, and would assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she does not often feel lustful. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and often acts with compassion, and she is not particularly ambitious and occasionally overindulges. And her 5th toe on her left foot is broken, and she has clean-shaven hair. Is blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom, and euphoric due to inebriation, and content after having a pretty decent meal. And you're carrying your kid, Einod. And your husband, Lore, is weaving some cloth right now. Yeah, but that's crafts. I'm pretty sure building materials just disappear. Same with, like, crafting materials. I could be wrong, but in my experiences messing around in adventure mode in Long Death specifically, where I literally exported all of the clothing from that fort over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years into individual towns, crafting materials that I shipped out never appeared there. So maybe I just missed it, but artifacts are indestructible, and even if are destroyed on your map, reappear if you reclaim the map, so I would assume so. I've never gone out of my way to find one. I'm a notoriously lazy adventure mode player. Maybe. I don't know. But construction materials I've never really found. All right, let's see if these are getting put away. Place item in tomb. The tickets mechanics, you get 2 tickets every 30 minutes if you're subscribed, 1 if you're not subscribed. And then every 50 minutes, you can gamble to win more. And you have a 45 for unsubbed and 50 for subbed % chance to win what you invested back plus 70% on top. That's literally it. Cheers, Illseeker. Thanks for hanging out. You're back from the grocery store? I need to go to the grocery store tonight. Did you remember butter? I can't remember the last time I bought butter, actually. I always either buy, like, vegan butter replacements or, like, margarine these days. Unless I'm baking something that calls for butter. If I'm making, like, brownies or something, then I'll buy butter. Also, how are we doing on cloth? I've had my cloth industry running for a bit. 650 pigtail, cool. Cloth trousers. Cloth tunic. Cloth dress. Oh, that got canceled. Cloth dress. Cloth shoe. Cloth sock. And cloth. Let's just go with that for right now. We'll do 100 of each. Time to get these dwarves some fresh clothes. Brownies with herbs. I've never actually made brownies with herbs. I don't really like edibles all that much. I'll make edibles for people if there is a party happening. But if I'm going to make edibles, I'm going to make fudge. I'm not going to make brownies. Fudge does a far better job hiding the flavor than brownies. You can still taste it in brownies. You can't taste it in my fudge. No, if I make brownies, I just make brownies. Just normal brownies. What kind of fudge? What kind do you want? Can make chocolate mint, chocolate caramel, white chocolate, dark chocolate, chocolate with stuff in it, like brownies. I'm back and forthing with Rando on Discord, curious to see what ends up happening. I'm waiting for them to try and sell me something so I can screenshot it, block it, and send it to Kiri because they came from Kiri's Discord. Because, you know, that's just how Discord works these days. What is fudge? It's a chocolate dessert. Or a dessert. You're supposed to avoid corn oil? There's harder things to avoid. You can literally, like, making edibles is make baked thing, put weed in it. You could make literally anything into an edible, my guy. Like, like you could make burger edibles if you really wanted to. Since you gave up on Joyous Wilds, I mean, we have chalk and dolomite here, which are both flux. Only locations that state that they have fluxstone will have flux. There is no alternative to flux. You have to import it if you don't have it. Not every embark has everything. You've had burger edibles? Well, there you go. That's how you make edibles. Yes, you have to decarb the weed before you make it into something, or you will have no effects. Well, minimal effects. Extra flavor. Do you know if every ocean freezes? If the water around the area don't freeze, the ocean don't freeze. So if it's a warm biome, it won't freeze. It'll only freeze if it's cold. This happens to be a cold biome. I don't like weed butter at all. I've made it a couple of times, but I really don't like this stuff. What's up, Adra? How's things? That looks like a painful headbang to do for a long time. Like my neck hurts looking at that. From grand jury duty? Well, good for you. Hopefully it was a fulfilling experience. Because you always fuck it up. See, like, if I'm going to make edibles, I'm very particular about the weight and the amount that I put in. I decarb my own weed and I make fudge. I don't make edibles very often because if I want to smoke weed, I will just smoke weed. If I want to vape weed, I will just vape weed. And if I want to get high, I have plenty of different options of how to do that. And with edibles, even when I weigh everything out and I'm very careful, I'm still not entirely sure how much I'm dosing and can dose too much. And if you dose too much weed, it's not like it's going to kill you, but your brain's not going to work for 2.5 days. So for me, it's not worth the risk because I always stream at least, 3 to 4 times a week, which means I have at most 3 days to sober up from whatever the fuck I did over the weekend. And if Monday rolls around and I took an edible on Saturday and I'm still high, it's not fun to work. That's just no fun. That sucks, Orange. But yay, new truck. If you're high for that long, someone's never made their own edibles. The thing is, edibles last for like 24 to 36 hours, right? Congrats, Suited. Yay, then, Orange. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the Suited Giraffe who used to be rich? Not gonna lie, I'm a little scared because the last time I saw that go off, $1,000 in bits dropped right after it. Not expecting that to happen, but that command makes me nervous now. You missed that? Yeah, it was on my birthday. Was whack. I didn't know that you could put them all into one cheer like that. That would be such a shame. I mean... It just spiked my anxiety, so I said it out loud. I'll take 1,000 bits. It's more bits than I've seen in the last 30 minutes.
But it is 1,000.
Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. You're very kind. Cheers, Giraffe. New truck hype. Okay, well, there you go. Shoutouts to
New
Orange
truck
for
hype.
who got a new truck, who's getting a new truck for work, apparently. What makes this truck superior to the other truck? Oh my god, it's all happening again? I don't know if it's all happening again, okay? I think that's probably it. I have a very large hunch that nothing crazy is going to happen after that. Thanks for the biddy. Don't want to be on top. This fucking guy. Thanks for the penny, Trimkoff. It's just like that Ginger song, Who's Gonna Be the One? Don't know the written words of Toady 1, but I've talked to a guy who mentioned it and personally found the abundance of tombs at a human civ near me with all types of blocks that were exported from your fortress. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't think it worked that way. I was under the impression that the vast majority of, like, items are just, like, evaporated when they leave the map, but I'm totally okay with being wrong. I'm totally okay with being wrong. Difference is minor, it's a personal preference? Okay. Also, we just need 2 resubs or 200 more bits from 2 different people for that to be a hype train. And it would level up pretty quick. This is streamers selling out, by the way. But cheers. Means a lot. I'm sad I'm out of coffee. Man, it's pain being out of coffee. How much weight do I use in a batch of fudge? It depends on how big the fudge is. And also depends on the weed. Can't do this time. Don't do anything you can't afford to do. You're all good. All right. Well, Erman, you may not have the word of Toady 1, but you do have a subscription to my channel now. I suppose it is happening again. I said it's all. It is clearly. It wasn't. Now it is. Are you asking how much weed you should bake in a thing? That is entirely up to you. Do your own research. You know what your body can handle. I don't know what your body can handle. If you're talking about baking a full 1/8, it depends on how strong that weed is. Right? I don't know what it's an 1/8 of. It could be an 1/8 of some skunk weed that's very low percentage of anything and has no real effects. It could be an 1/8 of something super strong that'll put you on your ass if you, like, you know, have a quarter of a joint of one. So it's kind of, there's a lot of question marks in that question. And I generally don't like to give people advice on how much of a thing to put into a thing when it comes to drugs, because it's generally up to you and your body and your tolerance. My tolerance is very high. I can handle a lot. And even I, like, green myself out sometimes with that bulls. I need water. Him. Chat, you can afford your groceries, right? Okay, hold on a second. Raz, thank you very much for the $70 in bits. Bane, thanks for the $100 in bits. Anonymous is me, and then Sem Texagon, thank you very much for the 20 gifts. And Shark Yeeting Walrus, thank you very much for the $1. Have to eat oatmeal for a few weeks. Hey, I've been living off of like chickpeas and red beans for the past 2 weeks. My gut hasn't been thanking me, but I am chickpeas, red beans, and broccoli and rice. How to not die and not spend much on groceries. The food is too damn expensive. I am all my life savings, Mr. Streamer. Please don't do that. I swear that I already made a farmer's hall. Did I really not? Okay, that's the church. That's the other church. I swear that I did. Roven, thanks for the $10. Means a lot. Cheers. Oh no, I was going to put it in here, but then I didn't. Right. No, this is it. I do have a farmer's guild hall, that's right. Suited! What? Vacay money's like, needs a bit more value. I just, I don't even. Chat, help. What do I do? How do I deal with you guys? I don't deserve this shit. I need to put another farmer's workshop in here, don't I? Farmer. No, I mean, I don't need to, but one of them got destroyed. Now it looks ugly, so I'm going to fix it. That's what must be done. Clearly, okay, just for reference, a bag of coffee from the brand that I buy is like maybe $15. And that'll last me for like 3 weeks. And that's like $300 in bits or so that you guys have thrown in the last 30 seconds. I think my coffee...
train.
I think that my coffee budget has been satisfied. Chat room. There's gonna be one more of those. I think. What's funny is because you cheered 10,001, you don't get the notification for the I'm a fired my laser because you. Oh. Here, I can do this.
I'm a fire in my labor.
There you go. All right, so I'm gonna just go accept this. Chat, can I get like 40,000 beers or so, please? Just in the chat. No, I don't need you to send them to me in real life. Just in the chat. I don't want to give Orange any bad ideas. Oh boy. Already sent out a shipment of 50 slabs, expecting 4 to 5 business days. You know, if someone sent me 50 pallets of beer, I wouldn't have an apartment left. It's a beer nami? Yes. Yes, it is. So chat, what do I say? Ben, thanks for the $100 in bits. In like the last 15 seconds left on the hype train. Thanks a ton. I don't deserve you guys. Let's just jump over here and unforbid any forbidden tasks. That's what I should be doing. We've also got the whole clothing industry up and running again. Got plenty of dwarves producing masterworks and all kinds of other things. King over here, producing all these new shoes and socks. Let's make a tower of bits and live on top of them. What, just like Scrooge McDuck into these bits? By the way, Elfie, there's your drawing prompt. Just a skeleton just swan diving into a pile of bits. That's a bits leaderboard? I mean, it's destroyed, yeah. There's still plenty of space on the gift sub leaderboard, but my god. It's beautiful. It truly is. I mean, Sim, you're pretty unbeatable on there. Unless, like, Navy goes and pulls a quarterly Navy, then... Yeah, I don't know what else would happen at this point. So... Thank you for the hype train. I assume it's over now. I'm gonna drink my water out of my coffee cup. For reference, rewind 2 years in time. That's more than I would make in a month off of Twitch. You know that, right? If you just like rewinded 2 years back to like 20, up until about 2020, I was making maybe about that much in a month off of Twitch. Is it bad that you rather save up some chump change for your Patreon? There is not. Here's the thing. When it comes to money and when it comes to streamers, support me in any way that you see fit, that you can afford, that fits into your life and budget. And if you can't, don't. Please. If you can't, don't. Like, I've had people in the past who've, like, supported me on levels that they can't afford and then coyly later asked for refunds and shit, and that's the worst. So, like, just, if you want to give me money on the way that is the most convenient and the easiest for you. And if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine too. Not enough people share my shit on social media, so go, like, upvote my stuff on Reddit or something, or, like, go post it on Twitter. Or Facebook. Or Insta, whatever. Go like a YouTube video. They're produced in Europe if you buy them in Europe. But there is a mug that isn't out yet that's coming soon, TM. If you, for some reason, wanted a Machinewaters Swim Club mug. But that won't be out until after I get back, because I feel like I've released way too much merch in the last month. Yeah, no, if you order a mug, you'll probably get it in 3 days. You'll be back later? F's for Laya's ISP. Oops, did I make that out of the wrong material? I didn't see it. Did I ever update that bow I made? That bow that you made. I'm confused. What? I don't think so. I don't recall this. My brain is going to, like, artifact, but I'm not entirely sure. I guess not. Okay, so something you post in art. No, I don't think you did. And then this is the last one. Meaning we're going to have lava up here soon. Which means what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what pattern I want the lava to be. And we are going to fill this out with floodgates. Because I'm going to need floodgates in there. Which they can absolutely walk down to. Damn, that's a real life artifact if I ever saw one. Can I show this on stream? Them? It is a real life artifact, but that is a shame, dude. Is that fixable? Or are you going to fix it? Because, like, you know, absolute shame. But still cool as hell looking. And I guess before it looked like this. Again? Well, this one's just funny. The Forgotten Beast, Maraletti Zabip Uthlo has come. A towering gopher with external ribs. It has a long curving horn, and it is slavering. Its gray hair is patchy. Beware its poisonous vapors. Probably gonna go fight another Forgotten Beast in a moment. Beast battle. Yep. So this is the aluminum one? Or... Each quadruped... No, this is the brass one. So this is the brass quadruped versus the external ribbed gopher. The stigma of Suits. This thing has just killed old men. How about you? Oh, wow. Huh. So this Forgotten Beast that just showed up killed a bunch of dwarves like 100 years ago. In Orphe, feet, and oily rulers. Yeah, also, yeah, Rip Gopher. Being ripped apart. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, that was easy. Forgotten Beast kicked the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg with its front leg, bruising the fat. And kicked him in the front leg with his rear foot. Kicked him, Forgotten Beast, in the right front foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Cut off his foot by kicking him. I guess it is made of brass, so he must have sharp edges. I'm gonna kill all the Forgotten Beasts at this rate. You should. We had a fort once where I set the numbers to like ludicrously over high. Thank you very much for the $1. I'm Corian. But we had a world where I set the number of Forgotten Beasts to the maximum, and long story short, there was so many Forgotten Beasts showing up, I couldn't keep up with them all. It was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Yeah, they've always been weird, the Forgotten Beast combat logs. Weird and suboptimal. All right, okay, a couple of these got canceled. Reason as to why, I don't know. Something that has been changed in this version that I'm actually really okay with being changed is previously if someone were to tantrum and knock over a single pump in a pump stack, it would take out the entire pump stack, constructed or not, and you'd have to go back and redesignate the whole thing. So I'm really happy we no longer have to deal with that. Not that I've noticed in regards to the room count not affecting gem windows thing. Miss Dwarf is currently collecting new pants, I think. Steel does fuck up brass beasts. Oh yeah, no, we could kill it. There's a native aluminum beast in the lower layers, which is kind of terrifying. I've also got 2 stuck caravans here now that I'm noticing. Wait, can I tell them to go kill this? So for some reason, even though I give them this order to kill them, they aren't gonna they don't do it. How about if I deconstruct you? Because both my dwarves and this human caravan are both stuck here. And I'm thinking it's because they got a path off this way, but they should have ways to path off. And forgets it after placing it? That's weird. I've noticed, like, values dropping on things if I remove a couple of what's it called? I've noticed values dropping on things if I appoint a new bookkeeper, like somebody, like the person who keeps count of everything. Oh yay, this fixed it. Sweet. I just noticed that these traders were sitting here, and I was like, I wonder if deconstructing this will make them leave. But yeah, sounds like some weird quirk. That's for sure. Oh wait, where a merchant going? Some odd pathing here, Mr. Merchant. Where exactly do you plan to go, Burr? And take the side door? Up and at him. I guess so, yeah. I assume they're leaving now. That's interesting. Got drowned in a stream because of bad pathing. After that, 3 years later, no new immigrants, and my 20 dwarves died one by one because of agitated wildlife. Well, I mean, if you're brand new, you shouldn't be settling in untamed wilds to begin with, which is where you get agitated wildlife. But yeah. They had a little confused. Yeah, no, they definitely had a pathing.exe has ceased functioning moment. All right. Cool, Dan. What kind of dwarf would you like? Was suddenly counted as 100? Yeah, no idea. I'll be honest, I don't do much science when it comes to values of things in zones. For the most expendable dwarf, would you... So do you want the most angry dwarf? Actually, I was gonna say, do you want the most angry dwarf or do you want a dwarf in the military? And the most angry dwarf is a dwarf in the military. Do you want the most angry dwarf in the military? Because, like, I got you, someone. Also, this quote... Some people are so wrapped up in themselves. I certainly hope I'm wrapped up in myself. I mean, it'd be weird if I wasn't. Seems like a perfect fit. I mean, I'm thinking so. I just want cooldown to confirm. Also, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I saw another round of coffee. And Ice King, I just saw your DM now. So I will get you into my, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? I will get you into my patron doc for the username stuff. Angry looks perfect. Sweet. There you go. Figured that the nickname was more accurate. I am Angry Dan. Find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. It is sometimes cruel and is disturbed by this, since he, as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He prefers to be alone and rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he doesn't handle stress well. He is often nervous and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and has a sense of duty and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and tries to do things correctly each time, and occasionally overindulges, does not go out of his way to help others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds those that maintain decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Like sandstone, zinc, and cinnamon, and glossier and apple wood, and the color chartreuse, as well as crossbows and shields and backpacks and amulets and narwhal men for their horns. And the words of the true teacher and the sight of the Pacific glosses, and when possible prefers to consume steelhead trout and dwarven rum and giant tapir's milk, and absolutely hates toads. Cybrek and Mistaub were the two notable kills, as well as two other kills in previous forts. You're married to Irel, and you worship the god of death. You're glorious, anti-authority, apathetic wreck. Yes, very much so. Also, shoutouts to the person who bought a mug just now. By that, I mean 3 hours ago. Which, by the way, actually, I closed the tab, so I didn't read it, but... So somebody who I won't out their real name, bought a mug at 1:22 p.m. It's now 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. So it's been, what, just a couple hours. The mug is already made and, quotes, ready to be shipped. Which means it'll be shipped tomorrow morning, probably. All right, so I'm going to unlock all of these doors. And I'm just going to mine out all of the ice in here. Yeah, they are ridiculously fast. Like, they are so fast it doesn't feel real sometimes. So we are going to mine all this crap out. And I'm going to mine out this side, and I'm just going to put in an extra wall there. This, drownable prison cells project is fun, but I need more prison cells more than I need drownable prison cells. I ask why there's a naked dwarf there, but it's just a child being carried by Acre. Actually, you know what? An easier way to do this would be to do it this way. So we're going to remove all those and we're going to replace those with trapdoors. We'll open and close them using trapdoors. On this side, although they're still going to freeze. I don't know, man. Hey, you know what? I'm just going to cover this up with flooring for right now. I'm just not going to worry about it for a little bit. I got more important projects to work on. Cool. Guild Hall's been satisfied. Why am I expecting you to mug people now? Suited. Wait, what? How does that happen, Orange? Like, actual question. How in the world does that happen? Hit another truck? That's like so absurd it's almost hard to believe. Like genuinely, like that is so absurd it's hard to believe. Okay, I think I've got too many jobs going on for chat. Although a lot of them are just like clothes, which are almost all done, so. Moo Clown, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Truck crashception? Yeah. Like, as in, like, they should be fired? Like, they shouldn't have a job? Like, I feel like if you're a trucker and you're driving a truck across a lot and you crash into another truck, you should not be given any more work. I know this might be a controversial statement, but that seems a little bit absurd. And by a little bit, I mean a lot absurd. Extremely likely, Desek. Extremely likely. If you check your Twitch notifications, it'll tell you who did that. But a lot of things got thrown around while you were gone. Probably is fired. Good. Oh, you cleared the notice too quick? Gotcha. Odds are pretty good that it was Semtexagon. Does anybody notice that PayPal now has a verified badge on Gmail? Like, you can be verified on Gmail. Like, has anybody else noticed this? Here, I'll screenshot it and show you what I mean without showing the email. This. Wait, it has they have little blue check marks. How long's that been a thing? Hey, White Dog. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, specifically, it's the blue check that's new. The one that happens sometimes when it saves? That's pretty rare. It happens to me occasionally, but that's also been in the game for, oh good lord, as long as I've played. But it's certainly not frequent. At least I wouldn't describe it as frequent. But if I were you, I would wait until the next update if you're gonna come back, if you haven't played since launch. Because the next update is going to change a lot of how the speed of the game runs. Because we're getting the experimental multi-threading in the main branch as well as SDL2 and graphical acceleration, so it'll run a hell of a lot better. And let's just get the last two of these set up. Here, I can read exactly what Tarn has written about the update, because it's just on Bay 12. This is exactly what Tarn has said about the update, about the next month. This month, we have several goals. We're going to start by getting the experimental branch moved over to the main line, and the update of the engine from SDL to SDL2 stable, and there will also be multi-threading option. It's off by default, and we will get some more testing done on the experimental branch, but the speed gains are significant, so it will be available in the settings as well, and the update to SDL2 was the most important change for ports to Mac and Linux, so versions are much closer now. This was posted on the 8th. It is now the 13th. So, then the other thing is he talks about adventure mode, and then apparently in the next update, I talked with Putnam about this, and she said that this is not the coming one, but the one after. And then also Putnam is almost ready with a menu review to the old report screen, so changing the report screen so that we'll have a new report screen, which will be more persistent, and the announcements, which is working. And also working on making filterable and sortable lists more consistent. So filterable and sortable lists being more consistent in Fortress mode, and a new reports screen. Yeah, no, there needs to be like a button to let you see old closed notifs. So, yeah. Putnam has spent the last 5 months basically making the game run faster, and I guess Putnam's going to spend the next 5 months making the UI better, while Tarn and Zach start working on adventure mode. It kind of seems like what it is. It's like, I know the development of Dwarf Fort is slow, but you kind of get used to it after a while. Huh. Tools coming back. I wonder how much those tickets are. $130. Actually not that expensive. When is this show? October 23rd. I think I'm seeing a different show that day. What, that Dwarf Fortress is slow? Maxillian? I'm not sure what you were saying in reference to. I'm not a huge Tool fan, by the way, but I would like to see them. They're on my bucket list. Kind of like I don't like Metallica, but I wanted to see Metallica, and then I saw Metallica, and I was just as disappointed as I expected to be, and I will never see Metallica again, and that is okay. That shit is epic. I mean, the stage performance was great. I just don't like their music. That's the problem. I like, even their old stuff is like, meh. They're as a technical talent band, they're pretty dull. As like a songwriting band, they're kind of bland. As a metal band, they're not that heavy, and their recent stuff is kind of bleh. The fans are kind of dumb and annoying, in not a good way. Like, I've never seen another group of fans boo an opener before, and they booed Gojira, which was hoy. Yeah, wasn't thrilled with that show at all. Avenged Sevenfold was fine, as somebody who thinks they're fine. Gojira was fantastic, worth the price of admission. And the actual, like, stage performance, like, there was a lot of lasers, but, like, I will go see Iron Maiden every single time they show up until I die, or they do, which they'll probably die first, but admittedly, who knows. And, then, you know, and also, because, like, the cost of seeing Metallica once is, like, enough to see Iron Maiden 3 times. So, ads are about to run, so I'm going to let these ads run, and then we'll do the fight. You hear Metal Talk Delta Muffin? Yeah. Also, I do actually have tickets to go see Iron Maiden in a couple of months when they're here in Vancouver, which is going to be fun, and I can't wait. God damn it. Well, I mean, you may or may not get ads at all, but there is 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads running right now. So if you didn't get any, then yeah, you. Good for you. Don't worry about it. Depends on if there's ads for Twitch to serve to you. And if there isn't ads for Twitch to serve to you, then you don't get any. And that's totally fine. Every hour or so? Sounds like there just isn't a lot of ad density wherever you happen to be at. Anyway. Another one of these small raids. Run away, Flutus! Run away, Fuldus! Run away, Flutus! You can escape, you stealthy bastard. I wouldn't complain, and it's totally fine. All right, where are my soldiers at? You're just firing bolts or something. And it appears that Korab L has encountered goblins, as well as Ashlyn and Spearvan Ori, as well as I Am Angry Dan, who is annoyed after caught in a snowstorm. Korab L, well, was last fighting a Hill Titan, but slashed a Goblin crossbowman in the upper leg with his steel spear, fracturing the bone through the Hound of Uthros leather leggings, and the force bends the right hip, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone and tearing apart the muscle. Let's see. Who else is fighting? I Am Angry Dan hacks the Goblin Bowman in the left upper leg with his steel battle axe, tearing through the kangaroo leather leggings. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a sensory nerve has been severed. Angry Dan says, "The battle rages. I feel no terror." And then I Am Cool Dan hacks the Goblin crosswoman in the left upper arm with his steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And he sits here and goes, I have good beard. People should love me. And the goblins are all sitting up here going, oh my god, dude. And then I tell the dwarves to go run up and kill the rest of them. And the first one to head up the stairs appears to be Bambool the Axe Dwarf and one of my Spear Dwarves. They collide with the goblins at the walkway, and bits just fly everywhere. Absolute viscera. The only dwarf to make it to the top is Korab L, who is now standing there going, where did all the goblins go? Weird. Well done, dwarves. Good fight. We should claim all this and throw all the bits and pieces away, I think. It's good music. And then body parts, that's what I'm looking for. How are the dwarves? We seem to be fine, Talon. Very small siege. Okay. So we can now finally construct the last. I do mean the last. Of this pump stack. Ain't that fantastic? So I'm going to go all the way around this with lava, because I think this will be cool. This isn't even going to be for the lava reservoir. What do you think, chat? Surround this thing here with lava for funsies. I'm gonna go to bed. We'll see you when we see you. See you tomorrow. For the lulz? Pretty much, yeah. You always thought the Metallica has like 2 or 3 high-skilled people who play down for the rest of the band. For example, Hatfield is one of the most accurate performers out there, being near pitch perfect. Sure. And like to quote somebody who I respect a lot, who knows a lot about music, Metallica's on our side. Like he's saying this as a metalhead, you know, like they're the band that makes sure that metal is available everywhere, because you can buy Metallica in Walmart, and they are one of the bands that make sure that all of the bands that don't sell as well as Metallica get stocked in big stores because Metallica exists. And I kind of agree with them to a point. The problem that I have with Metallica is, and it's really kind of difficult for me to say this without sounding like I'm gatekeeping metal, and that's not my intention. The issue that I have with it is, yeah, they are very accessible. And they absolutely do play down. But the music that they produce is so fucking bland. Like, Ride the Lightning is a phenomenal album, right? Genuinely. Ride the Lightning is fantastic. Master of Puppets is a great song. But either they've lost their creativity entirely or they've just stopped caring and they just write pop music now, because my God, the stuff they write now is boring as shit. So it's not even and then people put them on this pedestal and to come up with all of these excuses as to why their music is boring, when in reality, they're just trying to appeal to the masses. And so, like, when it comes to Metallica, I really like their first two albums. Like, I owned those on CD growing up and fucking worshipped them like gods. But since, like, 1996 and, like, the 2000s going forward, they've just... Pop-Talica. Pretty much. I mean, like, I don't even want to call them a pop band, but they aren't good. Like, that's for sure. Like, they were, certainly, and like you can absolutely like make excuses for them. And like you can say that like members of Megadeth are really technically talented, but holy fuck, their music's so goddamn boring. Who cares? Like, Christ. Like, there are people out there who will like will say things like Iron Maiden has fallen off, like their creativity has fallen off. They're no longer what they used to be. But they still write fucking rock epics. You know, it's like their music is still just as technical, it's still just as fast, it has just as much variation, and it's just like it's like at that point it's like, okay, if you stopped liking Metallica when they hit Fear of the Dark, fair. Yeah, that's fine. Or not Metallica. If you stop liking Iron Maiden when they hit Fear of the Dark, that's fair, right? Like, their sound changed a lot, but they've stuck to that since. They're not quite new wave of British heavy metal anymore, but they're still Iron Maiden. To me, new Metallica isn't Metallica anymore. Like, Metallica hasn't been Metallica basically as long as I've been alive. And yeah, those first two albums are great, and sure, you can make excuses for them and say that they play down or whatever, but like, why does it matter if their music's bad? You know? Like, I could go, you know, like, say what you will about a band like Disturbed, right? And like, Disturbed is almost a pop band, right? I really like Disturbed. But at least they still write music that's good. And can still perform it well. At least I would argue they can. And I would argue they still do. Metallica hasn't written a good album in a very, very, very long time. And also, like, if you have any interest in, like, free and accessible shit on the internet, you should just hate Metallica on principle, because they are literally, like, the reason the music industry fell over and is in the state that it is, because of their insistence on, like, going after any kind of music sharing sites. So, anyway, welcome back, Adra. That's my ramble about Metallica. They have good music, and I'm glad I saw them, but my Christ. Also, they were like the king of the fucking loudness wars, so if you like high quality audio, you shouldn't like them on principle by that. Oh, hi, Armor. How are you? It's good to see you, laddie. Things are good? You're okay, you think? Yeah, I know that feeling. How am I? I'm all right. I've been all right recently. Going on vacation in like a week. Looking forward to that. Gonna go watch cars go fast in a circle. Speaking of bands that have been around for forever that are still really fucking good. While I was camping this past weekend, I realized that my friend who I was camping with hadn't heard Rammstein's newest album. And we admittedly, we were a little stoned and we both had a beer or two in us. But we put it on our little speaker because we were the only people on the mountain. And I just gotta say, that album has this... Oh, yeah, no, that was the greatest thing Metallica ever did, in my opinion. It was like the era of... Because they did the exact same thing for TwitchCon as well. And it also got muted. Twitch muted them. Because they played like the first 10 seconds of their music, and then Twitch muted them because Twitch was worried that they were going to get a DMCA. The official Twitch account put like elevator music over top of Metallica, which is... Mwah! Anyway, can I just talk about how incredibly consistent Rammstein is? Like, it's ridiculous how consistent Rammstein is. It is absurd how like every single time they put out a new album, it's like every single song on the album, like, wow, that's the best song on the album. And then the next song comes on, like, no, this is definitely my favorite song on the album. Then the next song comes up, it's like, you know what? They did it again. This is the best song on the album. And they literally do it every fucking time. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, even after fucking 10 years. It's like they'll just take 10 years between albums. It's just like banger, 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 just nonstop. Like, speaking of bands I need to see before I die, I basically decided that next time they announce a tour, I will fly to a different city to go see them if I have to. I've never seen them and I would love to. That was hella lit. I mean, did you lose your eyebrows? I've seen footage of them live, so... Oh, also, speaking of great bands to see live, so I'm going to go see Dream Theater and Devin Townsend and Animals as Leaders, right? Now, my friend who I'm going with, Kevin, who's the guy I go camping with, he's never listened to a Devin Townsend song, and he's never listened to Dream Theater. He's a thrash metal guy. So he's one of those people who's like, I listen to thrash metal, and then like doesn't really know about any other form of metal except for like some power metal and stuff. Like he's been branching out a lot recently, and like I've gotten him into like some jazz and things like stuff like Justice and like branching out his music tastes a little bit as of late. But he's never listened to or seen any footage of either Dream Theater or Devin Townsend live and doesn't know what to expect from either of them because he's never seen or listened to either of their music before. Oh boy. No, he probably would like strapping, but like he wants to just go in blind, so that's going to be an interesting experience. Because, oh my god, fucking... I'm just going to be singing along with literally everything Dream Theater. March of the Posers? Oh, that's from his, oh, what's it called? His, like, fake pop rock band. If I'm not mistaken. Last time I saw Devi was when he was doing his acoustic tour. So it was, like, just him with a guitar. And he was opening for Avatar? Which is also how I discovered the band 68, because 68 was touring with them. And so it was like 68, Devin Townsend with an acoustic guitar and a stool, and then Avatar. And then like 2/3 of the crowd left when Avatar came on. And he's just like, he walks out and he's just like, so I'm the asshole who tours with two metal bands with nothing but an acoustic guitar and a seat. So, guys okay with this? But, yeah. Devi's fantastic. Fucking love Devi. I really hope that they have the mechanical whale at this show, though. It's a big enough stage. It's a very big venue. He has a giant mechanical whale that will, like, fly over the crowd and shit. and concerns a lot of Germans. So I can read and understand German, right? Anybody who listens to Rammstein and thinks, man, this is racist, does not understand the concept of satire. And it really breaks my brain a little bit that people can actually like listen to Rammstein and not realize that it's satire. It's dark as all fuck, but they're mocking themselves. They're mocking their own history. Last I checked, we're allowed to do that as humans. All right, so I need a Weaver's Guild. Well, that's my other guild. We're gonna build a wall. I guess I could put it in here, but that would be kind of ugly. But I think the particular song that you're probably talking about is the song Deutschland, which caused a bit of a ruckus. You mean a little brave? Like what's the word that I'm trying to think of the word that you're looking for. But no, they absolutely ain't racist. But they certainly piss some people off who like hear them for the first time. Bizarre? I was thinking you were going for the word brazen, which is how I would describe them. I would certainly describe them as pretty fucking brazen. Like, you need, like, they're literally named after the Rammstein air show, which killed, like, a couple hundred people. So, edgy is another word I would use. Like, they're a bunch of, like, East German-born post-World War II guys that are very okay with mocking their own country. $50 million. Oh, wow. Nice and cheap. Seems like a bargain. I'll take 2. So I've seen Sabaton 6 times. Go see Sabaton. As soon as you get a chance. That's all I have to say about that. Is go see Sabaton. You owe it to yourself to go see Sabaton. Sabaton is fantastic. Stupid fun. You want to see like a crowd of people just grinning from ear to ear? Go see Sabaton. It is what it is, Adra. Next time they come to Ohio, I'm sure they'll show up in Ohio again. So most of the dwarves are currently working on the pump stack still. But looks like we're getting close to it being more or less done. There's a few more still that need to be constructed, but we are certainly getting there. Then I just need to build the wall all the way up, and then we need to figure out how to power it, which I might do tomorrow. But no, I mean, when it comes to problematic bands or bands that sing about touchy subjects for some people, Sabaton is, or not Sabaton, Rammstein's pretty fucking tame. When it comes to, like, more extreme metal. Like, saying that Sabaton is racist or extremist is kind of like saying Cannibal Corpse is telling you to kill people. I mean, yeah, they are, but also, at the same time, it's fucking Corpse Grinder and Cannibal Corpse. Like, they're not there to be taken particularly seriously. If you take, like, Cannibal Corpse at their word, then there should be, like, mass murders after every single one of their shows. Which there certainly isn't. Those guys are hysterical. But also they sing about eating bodies. But, you know, then Corpse Grinder will just stand up and look at his microphone and go, "For the Horde!" really loudly because he plays too much World of Warcraft. Wait, really? I didn't know about that connection between them and Nightwish. That's interesting. I was a huge fan of Nightwish when I was a wee lad. They were like very much my edgy teenager phase. Well, I mean, so you can't win them all, right? Delta Muffin. You can't win them all. Did you buy the movie edition of the Great War Track of the Future Warfare? Long on the Floor by Jensen. I think that's that version. There's 3 versions of that album. Yeah, I don't know. I saw them during that tour, but because I saw them in 2016. But yeah, no, big Sabaton fan. Really like Sabaton. Sabaton is good people. Which is funny, because I'm not generally into war fetishism, but they're pretty fun. It's kind of hard not to not like Sabaton. Welcome back, Laya. You made it. Welcome back to the land of internet. But yeah, when it comes to metal, there's a lot of parts of metal that are dark to make a point. And I think that if you take them entirely seriously as to what they're saying, you're kind of missing it a little bit. You know, I've seen bands that say some pretty horrible things, right? Like, just go see, like, a visceral Discord show, and you'll feel a little ill afterwards if you take them seriously. But if you listen to it for what it is, which is performance art, and take a little bit of time to deconstruct the lyrics instead of just looking at it on a surface level of what they're actually saying word for word, it almost always, especially if it's a well-written song, is a little bit more behind the individual words being stated, so... You love seeing the creative metal names? What, like Visceral Disgorge? Or Cattle Decapitation? Probably my favorite dumb band name ever. Hatebeak is maybe up there for dumbest band names of all time. Dying Fetus, yes. Mm-hmm. I've seen Dying Fetus. They're fun. Good show. How much power does this thing? 2200? Well, it seems to go all the way down. Dying what now? Dying Fetus. Or Goat Whore. You know, these are just the names of metal bands that get me demonetized on YouTube. Everybody loves some fun and family music, like Goat Whore. How can you not like Goat Whore? Open around here. Oh no, don't even do it. It's good Christian music bands, yeah. Speaking of Christian music bands, you know who I've been listening to quite a bit recently, especially the new album that they just put out? Under Oath? I'm a little concerned about dying fetus in pixel art, but I'll believe you. No. Boy. It's just a family-friendly band with lots of good songs. Absolutely. No, totally. Although recently I haven't been listening to metal, but I have been listening to Suicide Commando, which on the topic of like dark bands, not really a band. He's kind of a one man like synth project, but on the topic of music groups that have problematic lyrics, maybe dodge that one if you're sensitive. So Under Oath was a Christian band. That was their whole shtick. Their first two albums were on a Christian label and had Christian undertones to them. And then they kind of threw that away with their third album, and then they took like a 10-year break, and then they came back, and they're very much not now. Which I think is funny because when they all formed the band, they were like late teens. And when they wrote that first album, they were all like 18 to 20. And there's a few quotes from like the original founding members basically saying like, yeah, our parents wouldn't let us make a band if we weren't Christian. So like they had to be, which I think is kind of funny when you read about it. Pretty sure everyone in chat is okay with the lyrics of these bands. I don't know. I know some metalheads who get a little messed up by Suicide Commando. Like, okay, I'll just list off some song titles by Suicide Commando. Bind, Torture, Kill, Severed Head, Die in Agony, Jesus Freaks, which is pretty bad as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're dark he's dark to a level of, like, it's like listening to a horror film in audio format. Not even, like, BDSM. It's, like, past that point. But yes, definitely that. That being said, though, I have had Die in Agony on repeat. Also has a pretty good, it's not even a cover. He has a really, one of his classic songs is called Die Motherfucker Die. Not to be confused with the other song, Die Motherfucker Die, by a different band. Wait, which song? I'm trying to think. I used to really like Bring Me the Horizon until they became a Linkin Park style pop band. I used to really like Bring Me the Horizon. Suicide Season was a fantastic album. Sure your kiddos can jam to it. It'll be like the Beyonce baby the dancing baby video from ages ago, except it's just like super angry, like deathcore. Okay, let's grab that. BDSM went. Oh God, I'm sorry. Did an ad drop in the middle of that? Oh, I'm just talking about. You know what? I'll link some Suicide Commando for you guys. Some of his music is in Hellraiser movies, if that means anything. There you go. Enjoy my edgy music. Right, well, we need to definitely put in some windows for this. It's worse than the radio edit. That's wild. Yeah, why include it at that point? I mean, I don't know. I really liked Bring Me the Horizon when they were a much louder band. Like when they were just kind of a deathcore band. I really liked them. I used to listen to them in playlists alongside of like Whitechapel and shit. And then I don't know, like whatever their vocalist's name is. Ollie, whatever his name is, he fucked up his voice to a point where like he just couldn't do the lyrics anymore, and so they just mellowed out completely and they brought in a synthesizer. Ever since Sempiternal, it's like, yeah, this isn't the kind of music I like. On the left hand notice, I've never seen the fourth from the bottom icon. This one? With this one, the statue getting toppled? One, two, three, four. Or this one? This is a tantrum, and then this is a statue getting toppled. Okay, so you know what this reminds me of, Delta Muffin? Have you ever listened to The New Shit by Marilyn Manson, but the radio edit? Because the actual lyrics to the song are you motherfuckers ready for my new shit? That's the line, right? The radio edit is, are all you people ready for my new hit? Stand up and admit. Which is, mwah, it's terrible. I hate it. That's it for you today. You can't even watch it 160p. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Man, dude, that sucks. And we'll see you tomorrow. Go, like, call the manager over at your ISP. Tell them a streamer has sent you. You need to be able to watch. Yeah, that's very funny. I remember why I don't listen to public radio. I listen to the classic rock station here every now and again because it comes in real clear on my nice radio. But like, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you. There's like no real reason to do it in a lot of cases. It's like, why would I listen to this when I could just like, you know, honestly, for me, the reason I have a FM AM tuner plugged into my really nice audio setup is just kind of to complete the set. It's like, it's not a full hi-fi setup unless you have an FM AM tuner in there. And I wanted a nice FM AM tuner, so I bought myself a nice FM AM tuner, and I use it occasionally just as an excuse to use it, right? And sometimes if I need background noise, I'll just put on sports talk radio and listen to out-of-touch boomers talk about things that are irrelevant to sports talk radio because they don't really have that much to talk about when the Canucks aren't in. Which is sometimes kind of distressing, but also sometimes very entertaining, so it just depends on the day, I suppose. Or if I happen to run out of podcasts. Yeah, I mean, if you have satellite radio, you might as well use it, right? Like, for me, the way I find music is I go to shows. I go to shows, I listen to KEXP and several other, like, online radio stations that are pretty good at music discovery, and then outside of that, I dig it up. Look for stuff, find stuff, buy random tapes. Generally pretty easy to find good new music these days. But, chat room, good news. Pump stack's done. Tomorrow we're gonna figure out a way to power it. But I think it's time for us to go play some System Shock. What do you think, chat? We've cleared the pump stack from base to surface. And tomorrow we'll figure out how to power it. We'll power it. And I'm thinking I'm going to make cannons with... Okay, so I'm thinking for...
It's a Unix system. I know this.
defense, what we're going to do is we're going to do pumps that are triggered by pressure plates that will lift up and drop, what's it called? That will lift up and drop and fire spurts of lava into a thing. And I'm also thinking that I'm going to set up a repeating magma bucket setup, and I should be able to do both of those. So we will have lava going all around under here, and it should hopefully be exciting and hopefully get things set up good. So with all that being said, if you want to say goodbye, YouTube, now's your opportunity to do so. And we're going to save and quit. Won't that annihilate all the loot? Not the stuff worth keeping. Because iron and steel are lava safe. All right. Now we wait for this to save. And then we're going to go play like an hour and a half, 2 hours of other game. You wish that you could share my enthusiasm for metal? Trust me, it's been a very, 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 very slow, long learning curve starting in the mid-2000s with very poppy metal bands.